Good afternoon. Today is Monday, December 27th, 2021, and this special meeting of the Romulus Community Schools Board of Education is called to order at 2 p.m. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll, and for those joining remotely, please state your geographical location by city and county, please.
German,
Present, Ingham County, Lansing, Michigan.
Bergeron,
Excused.
Terrell,
Wayne County, Plymouth.
Wester, Kennard, Evetts present, Piles.
Present. We have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we begin, if anybody would like to address the board during public comments, please fill out a form and turn it in to Secretary Evetts, please. 2 o'clock. First on the agenda, we have an action item for the state aid authorization resolution. Is there a motion? I move that the Board of Education approve authorizing issuance of note in anticipation of state school aid as set forth in the attached resolution. Is there support?
Support, Kennard.
Moved by Piles, supported by Kennard. The floor is open for any questions or discussion. Seeing none, Madam Secretary.
Wester, German,
Yes.
Kennard,
Yes.
Evetts, yes. Piles,
Yes.
Terrell,
Yes.
Motion carries. Next, we have approval of the meeting minutes from December 20th, 2021. Is there a motion?
Madam President, recommended motion, move that the Board of Education approve the Board of Education special meeting minutes from December 20th, 21. The rationale of the minutes was provided by our Secretary, Sue Evetts. No budget implications.
Is there support?
Support, Carmen.
Moved by Kennard, supported by German. Madam Secretary?
Terrell,
Yes.
German,
Yes.
Wester, Kennard,
Yes.
Piles,
Yes.
Evetts, yes.
Motion carries. The minutes from the December 20th meeting are approved. Next, we have a hearing for termination of the superintendent. So, Mr. Schindler, our legal counsel with Miller Johnson, will turn the floor over to you.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Education. As Ms. Piles mentioned, this is a time for a hearing relative to the termination of the superintendent. The board was provided charges at the December 20th meeting, and we will be going over those charges here during the course of the hearing, and I'm here to walk the board through the charges. From a procedural standpoint, Dr. Edmondson's attorney has joined us virtually. So the way we intended for this to work, I will present the charges to the Board of Education. Once that is completed, if the board has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. I will then turn the floor over to Mr. Rommel, who is Dr. Edmondson's attorney, who will be presenting Dr. Edmondson's case on his behalf to the board. At which point then, again, if the board has any questions, if not, then, or after that is complete, the board can deliberate and make a decision as to what it wants for next steps, and we can walk through that process once completed as well. Ms. Powell, do you have a question?
No, I just want to remind the board members that Mr. Schindler forwarded documents that are in our email, if you'd like to refer to them.
I did, and
Do we
I,
have printed copies as well, or?
thank you, yes, and I have copies of those documents that I'll be handing out to those who are here. To those who are not, again, I made sure that those were in email. In the end, I'm not presenting any document today that anybody on this board hasn't seen before already. Everything that we're going to be talking about has been part of an ongoing discussion that's been going on in the district for quite some time. If there are any questions about procedure, I'll answer those before I get going on presenting the case. Okay. At last Monday's board meeting, Trustee Bergeron expressed his fears that the power and authority of the school board as a representative of the people of Romulus was being taken away. But the authority of this locally elected board is still fully intact for now. There is no faster way, however, for a local board to truly lose its authority than persistent and improperly addressed financial problems. If you doubt this fact, you can ask the parents and students of the Detroit Public Schools, the Pontiac Public Schools, or the Muskegon Heights Public Schools, who have all had the authority taken away from them from their local Board of Education and given by the state to an emergency manager. Or more importantly, ask the parents and students of the now former Ben Harbor High School or the now former school districts in Buena Vista or in Inkster. While it may not feel like it to some, the charges in this matter are part of an attempt to ensure that local control remains with the Romulus Public Schools and to ensure that the fiscal integrity of the district is taken seriously. And with that, I'd like to review the charges themselves, which again, the board has received a copy of last week, but I'm going to hand out a copy right now as well.
I would like to remind everyone that everyone who wishes to speak will have the opportunity, but for the sake of conducting this meeting and doing it effectively and efficiently and making sure that everybody is able to hear, please do not speak out while Mr. Schindler is presenting, and please reserve comments for public comment.
Madam President, may I ask what was just passed out?
Sorry.
Yes, as I stated, what's passed out is what I had emailed before the meeting, and I informed you and Ms. German that, and all board members received the email, but those who are here in person are also given a paper copy.
Mr. L., it was what was just passed out were the charges, the Edmonson employment charges, Again, those were provided to the board last week, and then it's just another copy that was handed out and provided today, and that, again, should be in that email also.
Ms. Terrell, do you need that forwarded again? It's in last
No,
week's board packet?
it just came through on my
Okay,
phone, and
all
maybe
right.
based on my
Okay.
internet connection, it just came through.
Okay.
The next thing that I want to ask, the questions, any questions that we may have, is that after Mr. Schindler's finished with his presentation?
I think it would probably move more smoothly if we waited till the end.
Okay.
I'd be happy if the board would like to answer questions throughout, I can. I think it probably would move more smoothly if I can present, and then we can address any questions thereafter. Okay. As far as the charges states, it says, "Dear board members, again, as president of the Board of Education, I present the following charges relative to the employment of Dr. Benjamin Edmonson as superintendent of the school district. Dr. Edmonson is employed as superintendent of the Romulus Community Schools, a position he's held since August of 2020. At the time Dr. Edmonson took over as superintendent, the district had serious and significant financial concerns. This is reflected later in February as received in the 1920 school year audit, which included 14 areas of concern. In particular of those, there was one significant deficiency and 10 material weaknesses that were notified in the audit. This audit was completed again and reported to the school district at an open meeting of the Board of Education on February 22nd, 2021. Included in the email that was sent to board members was a copy of that audit, or at least portions thereof. In particular, the notation of the weaknesses, the material weaknesses, and of the significant deficiency, as well as the board minutes from February 22nd, where that was accepted by the board.
Excuse me, Bob, I just want to state for the public that those documents actually are posted on the website. The audit, if anybody wants to review it, is posted on our website.
I was going to mention that as well. I am going to hand out that copy that was also received in the email, just so that board members have them in case they wanted to refer to them or review at all. And as I mentioned before, it is also in the email that went out to the board members. And yes, as mentioned, the full audit is on the school district's website on the transparency page as well. Dr. Edmonson made clear he understood the gravity of the financial situation as early as November of 2020 and asserted it would be his priority to correct the problems. To that end, Dr. Edmonson recommended the school district contract with Sovie, a certified public accountant and public finance expert, to undertake a review and procedure to improve the school district's business and financial operations. On January 5th, 2021, Mr. Sovie issued a report to the district wherein he asserted that the business office is at least 6 months behind in its financial accounting, and as a result is, quote, flying blind in its business operations. Mr. Sovie's report was 121 pages in length and made recommendations relative to the overall functionality as well as specific areas of needs for the business and financial operations of the school district. Mr. Sovie made recommendations on the improvement of the district's financial operations and continued to contract with the district to bring about the necessary improvements. Again, now as part of the documents that were provided to the board is an excerpt of Mr. Sovie's January 5th report. In particular, there is the introduction, his table of contents, and his executive summary, which I'm also going to hand out to those who are here now as well. Two months later, however, Mr. Sovie withdrew from his engagement with the school district. Mr. Sovie effectuated this withdrawal through a letter to Dr. Edmonson on March 6, 2021. His withdrawal was effective immediately. In his letter, Mr. Sovie asserted that the school district's business operations were, quote, a train wreck. He further made clear that his withdrawal was based on a lack of cooperation from district administration, in particular from Dr. Edmonson, who had not participated in biweekly human resource and finance meetings that were required under the contract with Mr. Sovie for several weeks at the time of his withdrawal. Further, Mr. Sovie cited the fact that Dr. Edmonson sent him an email on March 4th, 2021, explaining his intent to deviate from Mr. Sovie's recommendations. Finally, a meeting on the amendment of the school district's budget was to be held on March 5th, 2021, to determine roles and responsibilities for the budget amendment process. And the meeting was canceled last minute without any input from Mr. Sovie. This cancellation put in jeopardy the ability to timely amend the budget. On the same day as that meeting was canceled, Dr. Edmonson sent an email to all staff wherein he described the district as, quote, financially sound, vibrant, and responsible. And it was the next day when Mr. Sovie then sent his withdrawal letter. I'm going to hand out to the board that withdrawal letter now. That was also provided as, via email to the board members as well. In addition to Mr. Sovie, the school district hired Ms. Clare to help in restructuring the school district's business operations. Ms. Clare, at the time, was brought in by Mr. Sovie as well. Ms. Clare was first employed as a temporary accounting support and then later as the interim director of finance. She was transferred to the interim director on March 21st, 2021. Ms. Clare resigned her employment with the school district on July 28th of 2021, effective August 13th, 2021. At the time of Ms. Clare's recommendation, Dr. Edmonson stated that he had no immediate plans to fill Ms. Clare's position. As a result, the school district consulted with Dixon Public Accounting or Public Consulting for the district's business services. The decision to contract with Dixon Public Consulting was made by the board and was not recommended by Dr. Edmonson. And it was made by the board at that time because the district was rudderless in terms of having a leader in finance at that moment. Concerns relative to the district's business operations continued and were demonstrated through the work of Dixon Public Consulting. Other areas of concern were raised during Edmondson's tenure from additional sources. First, a community member reached out to board member Sue Evitz to express possible concerns relative to spending on school district credit cards. Second, while there's been a lot of discussion in this case, or in this situation, relative to the blowing of whistles, at a conference in July, Ms. Clare informed a now former attorney with Miller Johnson, Anya Lusk, about problems that she had, concerns that she had with the district, in particular, that rent and monies owed on a property in Merriman that was to be rented out were not being collected. And she specifically informed Ms. Lusk that as the law firm needed to look into the competitive bidding process, or lack thereof, that the school district had gone through. Ms. Lusk brought these concerns to President Piles. As a result of the concerns raised by Dixon Public Accounting and the other concerns, the school district undertook two actions. First, the board asked the law firm of Miller Johnson to seek a forensic accounting of the usage of school district credit cards. That was done through the same company that does the district's audit, which is Raymond. Second, the board engaged the Clark Hill law firm to investigate the school district's financial operations. Those investigations have also led to the following concerns and charges. First, competitive bidding violations. The school district has made numerous purchases during Dr. Edmondson's tenure above the bidding threshold that were not submitted to the bidding process or even approved by the Board of Education in some cases. There were still others that were approved by the board but were not properly put through the bidding process. These incidences are detailed in the Clark Hill investigation report dated November 8th, 2021, which I will hand out a copy of in a moment, but is also, I believe, on the district's website and has been gone over before. That Clark Hill November report discovered over $700,000 in purchases for supplies and building repairs made during Dr. Edmondson's tenure that did not fully comply with Michigan's competitive bidding requirements. Some of the most troublesome instances include nearly $100,000 in office furniture through 3 separate purchases that appear to have not been bid or approved by the board at all. 2, over $200,000 in ionizers that appear to have not been bid out or were ever approved by the board. 3, over $189,000 in weight room flooring and equipment that was approved by the board but does not appear to have been bid at all. And 4, over $40,000 in carpeting for central office purchased through 7 separate invoices, all issued on the same day in March of 2021. This purchase is one of the most concerning, as it appears it was done in a manner in which the invoices were issued to make it appear as though it was done to avoid the bidding requirements. Clark Hill also issued an investigation report update and addendum at the last board meeting on December 20th, 2021. The addendum found that over $390,000 in projects and purchases financed by the district's sinking fund appear to have not been bid in accordance with state law and board policy. This is in addition to the over $700,000 in purchases reported in the first investigation report. Thus, in total, over $1 million in purchases that were required to be by state law to be bid have not been. Second, a failure to report and deposit federal taxes. As detailed in the Clark Hill interim investigation report, the school district missed 5 deposits of federal taxes and made 9 late deposits This led to over $33,000 in fines and penalties from the Internal Revenue Service. Next, golf outing funds. Again, as noted in the Clark Hill investigation report from November, a golf outing was held as a fundraiser in August of 2021. To date, there are still several thousands of dollars of inventory from the fundraiser purchased by the district that is unaccounted for. Furthermore, the funds were expended for the outing without clarity as to how or whether it was properly spent, again, under Michigan law. Credit card usage. According to the accounting conducted by Raymond, Dr. Edmonson himself made over $5,000 in purchases on the school district issued credit card for which no receipt or invoice was provided. Of these purchases, multiple were unsupported by any claim that the purchase was for a school district purpose, and several others were for purported school district purposes that were actually inconsistent with what is allowed for the spending of general fund dollars under Michigan law. The report also reflects many others in central office who had district credit cards and did not properly report purposes and receipts as to what they were spending for. In addition to the following concerns and charges, others were known by Dr. Edmonson and not properly addressed. First, as I mentioned before, the Merriman property. The school district entered into a lease and purchase agreement for a property it owns on Merriman Road. Several months of rent on the property were uncollected until made publicly known by the board. Moreover, a $65,000 deposit for the purchase agreement that was due on February 1st of 2021 has still never been collected. Emergency operating plan. Public Act 436 of 2018 requires the school district to have in place an emergency operating plan. While the school district has a crisis response guide, the guide is not fully compliant with PA 436. Dr. Edmonson was made aware by Board President Piles that the district's guide was not compliant with was not a compliant EOP. Dr. Edmonson did not amend the guide to bring it to compliance and did not prepare a new compliant EOP. In particular, relative to the EOP, there is a requirement that it be renewed and redone every 2 years, starting with the 1920 school year, and thus this school year would have been the year for a new plan that was not conducted. Secondly, the law requires an assessment of weaknesses. And unfortunately, as we all know from what's going on in the world, that's an important thing. An assessment of weaknesses in terms of what could occur within a school and school buildings. That assessment of weaknesses is not displayed anywhere in the original plan and was never done in the last year either, and was not, an updated plan was not prepared for the current year. Paragraph 15 then goes on to say of the charges, the conduct of Dr. Benjamin Edmonson, including his failure to properly run and supervise the school district as set forth herein, has produced an actual and a presumptive adverse impact on the Romulus Community Schools. In this regard, Dr. Edmonson relayed, again, to summarize, relayed in public and to the board. Oh, I forgot to hand out the documents that I was going to hand out a few moments ago. I'll do that at the end. Dr. Edmonson relayed in public and to the board that the district's finances were of utmost importance to him. But his actions do not support that conclusion and have left the district in a dangerous position. Dr. Edmonson is not an expert in accounting or public finance, but as the superintendent, he is the chief executive of this organization and acknowledged many times his responsibility to ensure that proper business functions of the district occur. The district deployed the services of an expert in public school district business and finance operations to develop a plan to remedy the district's poor business practices. This expert terminated his work again with the district for the express reason that Dr. Edmonson was refusing to implement his recommendations to correct the problem and was otherwise not cooperating with the expert. Dr. Edmonson publicly proclaimed that the district was financially sound, vibrant, and responsible. However, the board continued to receive a steady stream of information that problems of the business office persisted, such as notices from the IRS, that payroll taxes were not being paid in a timely fashion. Interim business manager was hired again to replace the expert, but then this person gave her notice of resignation to be effective in August of 2021. Dr. Edmonson again advised the board that he had no immediate plans to replace her. The board was not comfortable with having no person to head the district's business office, so it hired another expert in public school district business and finance to temporarily run the district's business office. This expert advised Dr. Edmonson and the board that the district's business affairs were in terrible shape. This was also confirmed by the district's auditors, who advised the board president that the district's dysfunctional business practices were not sustainable in either the long run or the short run. The expert, again, this is referring to Mike Dixon, found no meaningful or effective action that Dr. Edmonson had taken to address the problems. When the expert asked Dr. Edmonson for his plans to fix the many problems, Dr. Edmonson did not provide any concrete plan and showed no interest in developing such a plan with him. In short, Dr. Edmonson responded to the recommendations of the second expert in the same way that he responded to the first expert. No meaningful change in the district's business office, but business as usual, and a refusal to act on the expert's recommendation. In response, the expert publicly recommended that the district hire an independent investigation to confirm the scope and seriousness of the district's business office malfunctioning. The board authorized such an investigation on September 27th, and at the same time, placed Dr. Edmonson on paid administrative leave so that he would not obstruct or otherwise influence the independent investigation. This independent investigation confirmed the conclusions of the district's two outside business experts and its auditors. The district's business office was seriously malfunctioning, routinely violating the law and board policy, along with not always following necessary accounting and business practices. This included a failure to competitively bid work projects in accordance with the applicable law and or board policy in an amount in excess of $1 million since Dr. Edmonson was hired. Board Policy 5001 clearly makes it the responsibility of the superintendent to ensure a proper functioning business office. As it states, quote, "The board directs the superintendent to establish financial procedures to ensure the proper and effective accounting of all school district monies, that monies are administered in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, and that all legal requirements concerning the school district monies are satisfied in letter and spirit." Thus, more than a year after Dr. Edmonson was hired to lead the district, which specifically included addressing the district's known poor business practices, the district's business and finance operations remain seriously dysfunctional. Rather than cooperate with the experts hired by the district to help fix these problems and implement the needed changes, Dr. Edmonson instead ignored and in many cases actively fought against the changes that were needed. Paragraph 16 of the charges asserts that for the reasons set forth in the charges, and as set forth before the board now, discharge of Dr. Benjamin Edmonson from employment is appropriate and reasonable consequence. Whereas the undersigned asserts that Dr. Benjamin Edmonson should not continue as a superintendent, and requested the Board of Education determine to proceed upon these charges as written, including the proposed discharge from employment. Those were the charges received. I'm going to hand out the documents. If there are questions, I see Ms. Terrell has a hand up. Please ask.
May I ask questions now?
Yes.
Okay. First thing I want to state, and I've said with this that I would be try to take the emotion out, but it is an emotional thing that we're going through right now. But what I want to state is I absolutely agree with what Mr. Bergeron said. Your beginning statement talked about Mr. Bergeron and everything that follows when your voice is taken away. I absolutely agree with Mr. Bergeron in his in the statement that my voice and several other board members' voices have been taken away. I saw us coming here before we even got here. I saw us coming here based on all of the actions that have been taking place. The first question I have is, how were the charges established? Was this a result of the board coming together saying, these are the charges that we want to effectively terminate Dr. Edmonson? How and when were these charges established? Because according to our board president, this investigation had nothing to do with Dr. Edmonson. She said that publicly. She has said that in conversations that I have had with her, and I'm quite sure she's had that conversation with other board members. So my first question is, how were these charges established? Where did they come from? Who said that these are the charges that he needs to be terminated or have this hearing for?
Yeah. So one is, as we discussed before in terms of last week in providing the charges are signed by President Piles. So she is the charging party in this case for consideration for the board. As far as when
when was that
Sorry,
established?
Yeah, I apologize. I was going to answer your question. I was just waiting for.
Did a red light go off all of a sudden? And she says, "Oh yes, we need to charge him with all of these charges, in conjunction with terminating."
So, I can't speak to when the thought came into President Powell.
I can tell you even before this investigation took place, but it was already established that he was going to be the scapegoat or the falling person for that. The other question that I have, or statement that I have relative to what you presented, and I feel like you're speaking on behalf of the board, but you're not speaking on behalf of the board. We have had a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. And to say that Dr. Edmonson was fully aware of what was going to take place is not an accurate assessment. We've had several superintendents that we've replaced, but in this particular instance, we have the situation where I don't think anyone could have been prepared that they were going to be micromanaged, that there were going to be charges placed on Dr. Edmonson where he wasn't allowed to communicate with the person that was over finance. And I know on a one-on-one conversation that I had with Dr. Edmonson, he asked about previous audits and whether or not copies were dispersed to the entire board. And I explained to him they were not. Even with following through with and asking myself and other board members, where is the previous audit? Where is the current audit? And then even with having the presentation from our previous auditors and the previous audit, there were questions that were put forth, and as a result of that, I think he started inquiring what is going on here. But I just wanted to point that out. I have several other comments where there isn't what I believe to be in it. I'm not saying, Mr. Schindler, that you have deliberately omitted, but a culmination of things happen that through an omission, it's presenting a fictitious picture. I think that he's been very absolute in what he wants to do for the district. And we have had some things come up, even with the selling of the school. But I do believe he reported to the entire board that this information had been turned over to an attorney, and there was back and forth going on with that in order to get that. So that's the comments that I have at this point, and questions about how and when those charges were established.
I understand and I appreciate all that. I guess, and Mr. Rommel is going to come forward and he's going to present the case for Dr. Edmonson as well. And all of these points of discussion, after that is complete, the board will deliberate here in open session, and that discussion can and should happen. I guess from my standpoint, is there a question involved.
I presented my question.
Yeah,
That was
so-
my first question, based
yeah.
on the statement that you made. I
so-
just wanted to know how and where those
Yeah.
charges came from.
So those charges, again.
Because it wasn't a board collaboration. It wasn't something that the board had an opportunity to have an input on. They were put out there, posted on the website. They weren't drafted as a result of the board coming together to place these charges against Dr. Edmonson.
That
There
is
were a couple
correct.
board
And-
members,
and nor-
maybe.
And nor could the board do so with me prior to a meeting. And so, because that would be a violation of the Meetings Act, if the board, unless it was in a meeting. So instead, President Piles worked with me to prepare the charges, and that's the point of the discussion now, is to have a discussion on those charges. As far as the creation of those charges, they occurred that same week. They were presented to the board December 20th. They were completed within days of that meeting occurring. So, are there any other questions?
I have none right now.
Anyone else?
I do.
Yes.
This is to concur with Ms. Terrell. So you're saying that Ms. Piles contacted you and stated, I would like to bring these charges. When Ms. Terrell's question was, the board wasn't a part of any of this. So we can take one person being a dictator to say what is going to go on with the district.
So no.
It-
So here's if I may, this is a question to me. So as far as a dictator, no. Because again, that's why the board as a whole has to consider the charges. The process is, generally speaking, when any employee in a school district, in particular those who are protected either by contract or tenure of some kind, are being terminated, there are charges. And those charges are created by an individual, generally, right? And in this case, the charges were created by Ms. Piles in her role as board president, and now it is for the board to consider as a whole the resolution on those charges. Whether those charges are found to be not sufficient, or whether they are or not. That will be up to the board after hearing the evidence today.
So these charges stem from the investigation and the audit. These are not the board or President Powell's statements or actions or whatever. So you're bringing this so that the board can have a discussion based on the information from the investigation and audit. That's what I'm understanding. Is that?
It's not all
Is
from the
that-
investigation and audit. These are prior
Okay,
to.
wait a minute. That's my question to
Yeah.
you.
So some are prior to, some are part of the process that has been ongoing, some are a result of the investigation. The purpose of today is for the board to consider these things, and for Dr. Edmonson, through his counsel who is here, to have due process and present his side. If there is nothing else, I will turn it over to Mr. Ramel. Okay, thank you. Mr. Ramel, the floor is yours.
Are you ready for me? Is that a question for me? It's my understanding I can share documents. I was talking with Mr. Schindler before the meeting, and I want to make sure that if I hit present and do that I can share a document, and yeah, it looks like I can. Okay. All righty. Thanks. I'll proceed then. My name is Nicholas Ramel. I'm an attorney with Nocht, Rummel, and Hurwitz, and it's my privilege to be here today representing Dr. Benjamin Edmonson, who is your superintendent. He is a professional educator with a stellar reputation. He was hired by Romulus Community Schools in August of 2020, and in just over a year, he has guided you through a pandemic, a successful millage, settled contracts, increased enrollment, stabilized the budget, earned an effective rating from a divided board in the spring, had his contract extended in the summer for 3 additional years, where human resources professional recommended a 1-year extension, and he's earned the trust of administrators, teachers, and the school community. We've submitted 19 letters from a sampling of these dedicated public servants and community members for your review. And I'm going to name them because they took the time to submit these letters over the Christmas holiday. And I will say this too, having been on the Ann Arbor School Board for 6 years, I have never seen a superintendent to earn this level of trust and admiration from central office, teachers, principals, support staff, community members. You received a letter from the mayor of Romulus, business leaders. From day one, Dr. Edmondson has been earning their trust and trying to make your district the best that it can be. And because he's been on administrative leave and he's been silenced for 3 months, I'm going to do the best I can to defend him today, and I'm going to read a sampling of those letters. They've all been provided to you by me. I understand the mayor submitted his directly. Angela Broaden is the Director of Special Services for Romulus Schools. She is, the highlights from her letter, she said that we all had a voice when he was the superintendent. We all began working as a team, and we made decisions that were best for student achievement. Stephen Baker Jr. was your accountant for 3 years. And we're going to come back to his letter too, because he does address some of the specific charges. And I'm going to come back to those. But he does close by saying that in the year that he worked under Dr. Edmondson, he came to know him as a plain-speaking, straightforward man of integrity. I hope that I've been able to shed some light on the happenings at Romulus Community Schools during our time together. We have a letter here from a 12-year board member who many of you served with, Teresa Beard. Ms. Beard says that Dr. Edmondson arrived with a plan and a personality that uplifted our district. He was transparent, communicated his plan, developed structure, asked questions to find out why we were missing deadlines and when we couldn't produce documents. And she says, what is a major theme of our defense? I do not understand, and that's on the second page, how the superintendent can be held accountable for issues that have been on record in our district.
Mr. Rummel, are you meaning to present something because nothing is being presented?
Are you not seeing the share screen?
No.
We are not. We only see you right now at this time. I apologize.
Okay, nope, thank you for alerting me to that. We're gonna make sure that I have that done. Tell me now.
While Mr.
Nope,
Rummel is
I think I got it now.
doing that, so Nick, real quick, I just want to let them know, Mr. Rummel did email me a Dropbox with all of these letters and all these documents just before the meeting, and I will make sure that I forward everything so you have copies of that as well. I can do it right now from my phone, so you have it.
There, you should see a little box in the bottom corner, the arrow that points up. That is your present button. There's a third one
Yeah.
from the right. When you choose that, you can either present a tab, a window, or your entire screen.
Yeah, but when I do that, I get the, I understand now. So it's only letting me share my directory, and then I go here and so are you seeing now this are you seeing the directory?
We see your folder structure, yes, we see your window, your
Okay. Okay. And you're now seeing a letter from the Romulus Association President, Ms. Carter, and she submitted this letter.
It is not open, we just see the file.
This is going to be difficult because I have a lot of documents to share. You don't see my letter? It says I'm sharing a window.
Present your entire screen and not a window, and it'll, whatever you see is what we'll see then.
Let's try the entire screen then. No. Are you seeing a letter?
We are not.
I'm just gonna have to present this without doing it because I'm usually pretty savvy with things like this, but it's not, when it says share my entire screen, it only shows me the main window. I have many other tabs open. Maybe if I share a tab, it might work that way.
It's only if you open it up in a tab. If you do your screen, whatever you see in your screen, it'll show.
Let's do this. How about that? You seeing that?
We are now seeing your, I'd recommend zooming in a little bit.
Okay, I will do that, but you now see a letter on there?
We do.
Okay. All right, and again, these letters, thank you, and thanks for helping me through those issues. These letters, right now, I'm just briefly quoting from them. This letter is from the Romulus Education Association President, Sarah Carter. Some of the things that she says in her letter are that another theme that you're going to hear from me today is that the finance problems, many people laid at the feet of your former finance director, Angela Rudolph. She does that in this letter. She was grateful for Clare's hiring, which was one of Dr. Edmondson's hires. And she says when he was hired that we finally had a leader for our district. You should now be seeing David Cooper's letter.
Not yet.
And it looks like I'm gonna have to just do this one at a time. Let's see. Okay.
There you go.
David Cooper is the Director of Technology. And what I'm going to choose to demonstrate, he says there are too many moments that demonstrate how Dr. Edmondson was an asset for Romulus Community Schools and how he was moving the district in the right direction. The fact that he arrived in the middle of the COVID pandemic and still able to make the positive changes, all the while dealing with his own health issues, is a testament to his hard work, desire, and ability of the man. So tab. This letter from David Sovie, whose report you are relying on is especially significant, and we're going to come back to this one as well. Mr. Sovie wrote this letter on the 23rd, and this is a clarification, and I hope you will read this all carefully before you deliberate. He clarifies that he was not making recommendations and rather areas of consideration for the district to review. There was a charge that says that Dr. Edmondson should be terminated because he didn't do everything that Mr. Sovie recommended. Dr. Edmondson never refused to do that. Dr. Edmondson simply wanted to have a dialogue before he talked, for example, about zero-based budgeting. He also talked about his work with the district auditors and Clare. And finally, he states that the audit report from your independent auditor included 14 findings with a status listed as in progress for each finding and the contact person listed as the accountant. My view is that these are all accounting-related findings, which occurred prior to the time Superintendent Edmonson arrived at the district and require a strong school business official or accountant to facilitate correction. And then he goes on to state praise for Dr. Edmondson to be one of the most creative and dedicated public servants I have worked with in my 45-year career. And for you to take his statements in his 100-page report out of context to support the termination of Dr. Edmondson flies in the face of what he took the time over the Christmas holidays to write in support of Dr. Edmondson. I'm going to now go to another tab. I cannot. We have a letter from a Ms. Weston, who is an administrative assistant. She talks about him taking the initiative and going above and beyond what a superintendent should do. This is from Daigle. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. That's the former supervisor of the Early Childhood Center. And Dejani talks about the entire school district being better with him as the superintendent. I appreciate everybody's patience as I am a little slow with the technology. This is from Nathaniel Petty, who's the principal of your high school. You know, I talked earlier about somebody who's able to get the admiration and respect both of the teachers union and the principals. It's a remarkable and a rare thing. He talks about him being a committed and dynamic leader, and he's worked with him in 2 districts. And we appreciate Mr. Petty's service and his words of support. We have a letter from Ms. Lafayette Laus. I hope I am pronouncing her name correctly. She submitted this letter yesterday. She was the executive director of instruction, and she was a member of the administrative cabinet, and she talks about how Dr. Edmondson immediately took charge to address the financial issues that he inherited, worked collaboratively to address them, called the entire cabinet team together to discuss the seriousness of the findings, spoke to the entire central office staff, indicating that late payments weren't acceptable and must be rectified, and charged everybody with how they would address the 14 audit findings as their first course of action. This is completely flies in the face of what Mr. Schindler presented, saying that Dr. Edmondson was comfortable with business as usual. That is absolutely not what any of those people who worked in the trenches with him are saying. They're saying he's proactive, and even though he wasn't the cause of these issues, he worked to make those his first priority in addressing them. We have a letter from Sarah Kahn, who's a bookkeeper. This one may be more difficult to read. She talks about Dr. Edmondson's high self-awareness, optimism, and personal integrity, always on the high end. He was always very nice, but very hardcore when it came to business. Another theme that you're seeing. Are you now seeing Mr. Kern's letter?
No.
Yeah, it looks like I got to go to the directory each time. And that's frustrating rather than just go to the tab, but let's do that.
Just to let board members know, I received that and have forwarded it to your emails so you can reference these letters.
Well, I have already sent a Dropbox link to Mr. Schindler, and hopefully he'll share those with you.
Right, and he did, and so I was letting all board members know that we have those now.
Okay. Mr. Kern was the he's not a school stakeholder, but a business leader. And he talked about Dr. Edmondson being an ambassador for the district. We have Ms. Cadre, I think, who recently resigned. And when she resigned, we have her letter. She's the account payable clerk at Romulus Community Schools. She talks about the turnover in Dr. Edmondson's vision to turn the district around, treating everybody with respect, dignity, and chaos. The number of consultants the district hired was not received positively by the people in finance. She also talks positively about Mr. Sovie's work in being collaborative with people, in trying to get everybody on board for the common goal. And Dr. Edmondson being right there with him. We have a letter that came in from a Cameron Daigle, who's payroll and benefits coordinator. He speaks very positively about his experience. Dr. James Hawkins is somebody that I have gotten to know, who was a former superintendent of Ypsilanti schools, where Dr. Edmondson's had a successful run, and he's continued to be a kind of an icon in the educational Southeast Michigan educational community. And he speaks about his disappointment about what's happening. We have a letter that we're going to come back to as well from Mr. Bill Garland, who is the manager of custodians and maintenance, and he addresses some of the bid issues directly. And we'll come back to that. We have a letter from Tammy Garrison, who is the president of the Secretaries Union, and she speaks very positively about working with Dr. Edmondson, and in particular note that she heard him ask the board for 1 year to implement his plans, and if they were not happy, you would amicably part ways, and his request was denied. She also notes again that the reported findings and recommendations of the investigation did not suggest any discipline or wrongdoing on his part. I'm going to stop reading the letters. We might have missed one or two, but I did want to make sure that I paid respect to all those people who took the time to do those letters and also demonstrate not just his base of support, because everybody's going to have supporters, right? But that they all speak in the same themes. They talk about his leadership, his honesty, his integrity, his tackling the financial issues head on, his holding people accountable, his saying, we need to make this our first priority. This isn't what we caused, but we need to deal with it. We're all in it together. And we also pointed out how some of those letters say that Dr. Edmonson did this in spite of the challenges of a pandemic and his own health issues when he was on leave during the spring. So he is unique here because nobody else, not one person, not any former superintendent, not any financial administrator, no board member, nobody has paid any consequences for these long-standing financial problems that have been described by all these people except for Dr. Edmonson. The questions are why him, why now, and what changed? I'm going to give you some dates to remember. On July 2nd, Dr. Edmondson's contract was extended for 3 years. On August 1st, he returned from medical leave. On September 20th, you approved him to attend a conference later that week. You also scheduled a board superintendent retreat for September 29th. This did not look like there was a superintendent who was going to be placed on administrative leave on September 27th. One of Dr. Edmondson's qualities that make him a leader is that he's forthright. That hasn't sat well with some board members. And as you know, we filed a lawsuit that alleges he's being illegally retaliated against for some of his forthright challenging of people that has taken place from that September 20th date on. Those arguments are more appropriate for another forum and another time. Tonight, our questions are more narrow. We're here to address the board's charges of December 20th. Or more accurately, I'm here. After 3 months of administrative leave, after promising to deal with Dr. Edmondson's status after the investigation, which ended on November 8th, and then starting a second investigation, you drafted a resolution to terminate Dr. Edmondson, technically before you even released the results of the second investigation, and you approved that termination on December 20th. You further insisted on having this hearing on December 27th, the Monday after the Christmas weekend, when you knew that Dr. Edmondson would not be present, and you refused to delay this for even a week. The United States Supreme Court stated in the case of Matthews v. Eldridge that the fundamental requirement of due process is the opportunity to be heard at a meaningful time and in a meaningful manner. That has often been shorthanded as a fair opportunity to be heard. Please tell me how it's fair for him to defend his employment, his life. Where's the fairness? These investigations also took place without the input of the target of the investigation himself.
Nick, you froze for a second. Can you repeat the last 20 seconds? I apologize. You froze for a second.
Sure. These investigations have also taken place without the input of the target of the investigation himself. Dr. Edmondson was never asked to meet with the investigators, except for verifying some credit card purchases, which I will get to later. They didn't ask him a single question or ask for any documents. And I found this email particularly interesting from Mr. Garland, who's the manager of custodians and maintenance. And I'm going to bring that one up. Oop, I gotta do this again. Tab. Okay. Do this one. So Mr. Garland wrote to the board on October 13th that dear Mr. McNabb, the interim superintendent and board members, after further consideration, I respectfully decline the request for a meeting with the investigative attorneys. And I saw that email, and first thing I thought was, they were willing to speak to Mr. Garland, no disrespect, because that's an important position, but he's the director of custodians and maintenance, and they wouldn't even speak with the superintendent in the investigation. That shows me that they are not being fair, and I don't know if it's the attorneys or the board majority who directed that nobody speak with him in the investigation, because this entire result came without his input, without any documents that he may have been able to provide, without any witness names that he might have been able to put forth. And it has been fundamentally unfair to him. I'm going to address the individual charges point by point. I have read thousands of pages over the last week to get ready for today. I may not be able to answer every question, and frankly, I might even get some things a little bit off, but I will do my best. But first, again, I want to address the overall theme to these charges is that Dr. Edmonson is being held responsible for problems not of his own making, but for financial issues that were identified months before his tenure, and only because of problems identified in the 2019-2020 audit, and despite taking action as soon as he assumed office. I can't help it, but the thing that came to mind is my wife and I used to have a refrigerator magnet, and it said, I didn't say it was your fault. I said, I'm blaming you. And that's exactly what it's happening here. Let's review some of what Dr. Edmonson did. One, he attempted to hold the finance manager accountable. I need to do a screen share here. I think what I gotta do is bring up. All right. In November of 2020, Dr. Edmonson worked with Timothy Gardner, who you can see did a comment to this document on November 18th, where he drafted a plan of assistance for Angela Rudolph, who has been identified in document after document and by witness after witness as being the cause of many of these financial people. Dr. Edmonson proactively, very shortly after taking office, drafted a plan of assistance for her and prepared a directive for her to improve her performance. He wasn't punitive. He just talked about some of the proactive things that he wanted her to do. He never delivered that letter to Ms. Rudolph because somebody tipped her off that it was coming, and she filed a Title IX complaint against Dr. Edmonson. And when she did that, Dr. Edmonson was directed by the attorneys at Thrun that he should not have any contact with Ms. Rudolph. The board members thwarted his ability to proactively address the financial mess that he inherited by tipping her off. Ms. Rudolph made that complaint. It was completely dismissed and found baseless, but that delayed things for several months. She ended up going on administrative leave. What Dr. Edmonson did proactively after that was to hire Mr. Sovie and bring him in to start to get things back on track. And eventually, Clare was hired and did a very positive role in that role. Two, the other thing that he did was proactive was hire Mr. Sovie, the consultant, whom you've relied on. Three, Dr. Edmonson was very transparent with issues about the audit. The February 22nd, 2021 minutes, when the audit was released, those minutes are cited in your own charges. They reflect Dr. Edmondson's concerns and the action that he planned to take. But there's something else that's very significant that happened on February 22nd, 2021, before that meeting. Dr. Edmonson received 2 emails, one from the Secretary of the Board, Susan Evett, and another from President Piles. And I'm going to bring those up. Okay. I'm having trouble making this one bigger. This is an email from Susan Evans to the board members and to Dr. Edmonson. And she asked me, I please request that at our meeting tonight, that the auditors only present the financial position of the district without the findings and corrective actions at our meeting tonight. Presentation should be limited to the results of the audit and new accounting principles. There is no need to state the findings or correction in the open meeting, which can be conducted during a closed meeting as a personal issue. And why did she do this? Because she says, as we are preparing for the operating millage renewal. She didn't want the public to know the negative audit findings before the millage vote. And the board president sent an email if I can find it. Along the same lines, and she only sent it to Dr. Edmonson and to Don Sovie. And she says, since the community will vote on our millage renewal in just 10 weeks, may we please request the audit report present the financial status and any updates to GAAP, general accepted accounting principles only. Like Ms. Evans, Ms. Piles did not want the truth to be heard by the public because she wanted them to be unaware of the negative financial situation of the district because she was afraid that the millage would not pass. Dr. Edmonson, to his credit, I told you that he was never one to he's always forthright, and he stated in his email, I don't know if I have it, but he basically said that this would be deceitful to do this, and he did not mince words, and he told Ms. Piles and Ms. Evans, we are going to present the entire audit to the public, and to his credit, he was able to lead a millage charge with the public, knowing about the full results of the audit, and still get them to trust him and trust the district and to pass that millage. And he was right. When you tell the public the truth, they will trust you. But I talked earlier too that another deceitful thing was the district's resolution that states that Donald Sovie blamed Dr. Edmonson for the state of the district's finances. The district cherry-picked one or two statements from Mr. Sovie's voluminous writings, take it out of context. Dr. Edmonson explained to Dr. Sovie in an email why he couldn't make every single meeting. Mr. Sovie understood that. Mr. Sovie met with all of the members of the staff who were on board with what he was doing. He didn't refuse to do zero-based budgeting. He just said, let's talk about it. I'm not sure it's the right thing for our district, but maybe you can convince me. They had a great relationship. You saw that from Mr. Sovie's letter. They collaborated for the good of the district. Dr. Edmonson was not the reason why the district's finances were a train wreck. These were long-standing problems. Many people knew this, but most importantly, the auditors knew it. And I'm going to show you a document that I think is one of the most significant documents that I've seen. And that's this one. This is the audit that this is the yield and yield audit. This is what they called prior year finding review. And what this says, and it's in everybody's packet, but they identified all of the material weaknesses. And what they said here was that these are likely to be repeated in fiscal year 21. You see the blue line? 9 of these material weaknesses, either yes or probably, were going to be repeated in 2021, regardless of what the superintendent did, regardless of what anybody did, just because you cannot turn a ship around in the middle of the ocean that quickly. This is something the auditors foresaw, that these material weaknesses were going to persist for another year. Dr. Edmonson was addressing them, but you are holding him responsible for something that the auditors told you was going to happen. Dr. Edmonson did a remarkable job with the cards that he was dealt. So many people in those letters of reference vouched for his engagement in the process of cleaning up the district's finances. He hired Jewel Clare, whose engagement was also praised by Mr. Sovie, but Ms. Clare left all too soon, not due to Dr. Edmonson, but in her resignation letter, she charged the board's micromanagement and hiring of consultants who did not seem to know what they were doing in her resignation letter. Dr. Edmonson when he was still on medical leave, received that resignation letter and notified Ms. Piles immediately. Ms. Piles said, I would like you to replace her immediately. Dr. Edmonson, again, still on medical leave, wrote back and said, I'm not sure that's a good idea right away. Let's talk about it. We might want to do a different direction, because we had already seen Ms. Rudolph, Mr. Sovie, and Jewel Clare in just a few short months. In one of the phrases that you all know now is a cliche, but I learned it when I was on the school board, that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Dr. Edmondson simply wanted to have a dialogue about the best way to approach it. He didn't say yes. He didn't say no. He was still on medical leave. He hadn't even come back to the district. But what the district did was, the day he came back, over his objection, is they hired Mike Dixon of Dixon Consulting. Seven weeks later, this happened. At the board meeting on September 27th, Mike Dixon of Dixon Consulting, remember I talked about what happened between December 20th and December 27th. According to your resolution, at the board meeting on September 27th, Mike Dixon publicly advised the board that after working in the district for several weeks, he found that the district's business and finances were in such poor non-functioning state that he recommended that the board direct an independent investigation into those practices. That morning, we're still on September 27th, Mr. Dixon notified the Finance Committee Chair and the board president of these concerns, and that he would be bringing the recommendation to the board at the meeting on September 27th. Well, what exactly were those findings by Mike Dixon? There's not a single piece of paper to memorialize anything that Mike Dixon found prompting these actions, at least not one that's publicly available. Look carefully at the resolution now. Your resolution to terminate Dr. Edmondson. All it says is that Mike Dixon recommended an independent investigation, and that he did so that morning on September 27th. How do you get from recommending, having an outside consultant who's been there for several weeks, recommending an investigation, to putting Dr. Edmondson on leave and directing him to not have any contact with district personnel or even to set foot on district property, to identifying an interim superintendent and drafting a contract for Superintendent McNatt, all in the same day? That's one busy morning, September 27th. And it's a very non-transparent day. We have any report from Mike Dixon, no understanding of what led to the superintendent being placed on leave, going back to Ms. Terrell's questions, no explanation in the minutes, and no publicly available resolution. Your website says the resolution placing him on leave, please see attached. It's not attached on the website. You go to the Facebook page. The Facebook page has a link. You go to that link. It's not attached to that link. I asked for a copy of the resolution. I got a blank, unsigned copy. I am not entirely certain that the leave you placed him on is kosher. And we're definitely going to be looking into that issue. You know, somebody said last Monday, and I believe it was Attorney John Gierak, who was in the audience in response to a public commenter, was basically that somebody has to be accountable for the audit. You know, you go back to the refrigerator magnet I talked about. But it's completely arbitrary to choose Dr. Edmondson just because he was superintendent. It makes no sense. By the same logic, everyone on the board should resign because they have the ultimately responsibility here. Harry S. Truman once famously said that the buck stops here, because he wanted to take responsibility for anything. But this board just wants somebody to blame who wasn't even around when the audit was conducted and is not responsible for those issues. And the board also needs to look at what the people are saying when they resign. You've had at least six critical resignations this year. And they are not blaming Dr. Edmonson. They're frustrated with the micromanagement by the board and the consultants looking over their shoulder. I'd like to now address some of the specific findings in the 13 and 14 in your resolution, the competitive bidding violations, and the credit cards and the golf outing. Let's talk first about the competitive bidding violations. Let's review the law on bidding. Michigan compiled laws 380.1274 states that one of the exceptions to getting competitive bidding, no matter what the amount, is if you're purchasing items through a cooperative bulk purchasing program operated by the Department of Management and Budget under Section 263(3) of the Management and Budget Act. What does that mean? That means that there's certain cooperatives or consortiums that basically do your bidding for you. And if you go through them, you don't have to do the competitive bidding process. We know, and we've submitted documents to the board, that many of those bids that you are charging are problematic, went through that process. There's an REMC Save cooperative that is one of the cooperatives. I'm going to bring up some of these. And then you have there's a few different things that I'm going to bring up. Oh, there we go. I think the Garland email is still up. Okay, so I have a few different documents that I'm going to share here. Please bear with me. This first one is an exchange between Joel Clare and the auditors at Yale and she asked them, can I ask you a question? If you buy something over the bid limit using a consortium like REMC or TIPS, does that take care of you not having to bid it out? And they responded, that's typically the way that we look at it. That's why you're paying the consortium fees for. In the case of federal grants, it may be safest to bid those out though. I don't think any of these bids at issue were federal grants. We also have I can do a shortcut there. I just figured it out. This is the this is a description of the REMC SAVE program that Romulus participated in. It's available for a variety of educational resources, including furniture, school and office supplies, etc. Many of the things that you're saying were bid out, that were purchased without bids. That doesn't get me to my tab file. We have Mr. Garland's email. Where he says, actually, this is not the one from Mr. Garland I want to show. Well, I'm going to show you actually something different. This is a presentation made in February of 2020 by Clark Hill on the bidding process. And they talk about some of these very same things in here. And they say right in here that if you have exceptions, purchases to the state cooperative bulk purchasing program do not need to be bid out. And this is what Mr. Garland had to say about some of the specific bids. He talked about the Wolverine bid for $190,000. And this is another factor too. Remember, you're dealing with a pandemic, and many of these items that were purchased, like the ionizers and the plexiglass screens, were to deal specifically with the COVID pandemic. Mr. Garland stated that the plexiglass screens were the only vendor they could contact who could provide those at the time. He said he was directed by the finance director to bid things in smaller increments in case we needed to stop the projects because of COVID or lack of funds, which is actually a very sensible reason to purchase it in smaller increments. The $33,000 in furnishings were through a government-approved site. That's a cooperative. The $125,000 worth of purchases for the weight room was a TIPS purchase. That's a cooperative. And the flooring services, he states, was done with the furniture replacement as shown above. And I also have one particular that I can't put my hands on right. I think that might be it actually, right here, approved government vendor. And this was one of those actual purchase orders for the weight room equipment. It states that it was government vetted and approved vendor. And so there's definitely an answer on all of these bids that, in accordance with Clark Hill's own legal opinion in their presentation, they don't necessarily need to be bid. Now, do I know, for example, if each and every one of those is a consortium? I'm not 100% certain, but I do know that at least with the weight room equipment, that the board approved that purchase, even knowing that it wasn't bid. So I assume that that one isn't a problem. And by the way, since we're talking about competitive bidding, let me do this. I'm going to go back to that Clark Hill bid and bring up one other thing. One thing that does not have to be bid is services. So for example, if you hire a consultant, that is not something that needs to be legally sent out for requests for proposals for bidding. And I'm going to go back to the Clark Hill PowerPoint. They say here, for services, that there's no requirement to seek competitive bids for services except for certain things that aren't at issue here. But they do say that utilization of a competitive bidding process to secure services often provides benefits to the school district, such as transparency, obtaining competitive pricing, securing the correct contractor fit for the project, best terms and conditions for school district and project. Why am I talking about a competitive bid practice being a good practice for a school district, even though they're not legally required to do it? Well, I'm just giving you one example of the November 8th, 2021 meeting. This board approved payments to consultant Mike Dixon in the amount of $475,000 and $705,000. Over $1 million was paid to Mike Dixon, who got this gig without any bidding, without any vetting that I could see, and was paid $1 million just in one meeting. This is not what he's been paid total. And that's why it's important maybe for a board for best practices to bid out services. So when you talk about what auditors find out to be best practices, and when you talk about state takeover, think about whether giving over $1 million every meeting to a consultant that was hired without a bid is the best practice for your district. And that has nothing to do with Dr. Edmonson. Another business consultant, Sandra Goldenschwager, I don't know if I got her name quite right. She's another consultant we brought in. She billed close to $2 million that I saw. 13B, your charge said failure to pay taxes on 5 occasions. I believe it was Mr. Baker's letter that talked about this, and I'm going to see if I can. So we're now charged 13B, failure to pay taxes. Mr. Baker talks about what the state of the law was at that time. Because of COVID, that allowed the deferral of employment tax deposits and payments through December of 2021. So the 50% had to be paid by December of 21 and the remaining amount by December of 22. He said before his final day, he placed the IRS notices on the consultant's desk so they were aware of these amounts and the deadlines. And when the decision, of course, to take part in this program was made before Dr. Edmonson arrived as superintendent and he was on administrative leave, he cannot be responsible for these outstanding taxes. The other taxes that I believe the resolution is talking about were taxes before he assumed his superintendency. You now have 13C, which I believe is the golf donations, the golf outing fund. Mr. Baker also talks about the golf outing funds He says the supplies for the golf outing were stored in an empty office in a finance department before the golf outing. The same office had unassembled furniture, boxes, and files that needed to be stored. One day we came to work and the furniture was assembled in the office and the boxes had been moved. It is very likely these boxes of merchandise were simply misplaced rather than missing with the remodeling. And he states that, and there's an email from Ms. Khan that I believe says exactly the same thing, and I'm going to bring that up. And if I'm not mistaken, I watched the last meeting, and I think it was Trustee Bergeron who said that he was also involved in the golf outing accounting, and he saw no reason to believe that anything was improper about that. Let's see, Ms. Khan. She talked about the golf outing, and she was to record and journal the funds received as the bookkeeper. She created the Google Docs that were shared with the team, and she said that this was all handled very carefully. There were always 2 or more people that would volunteer for the gear sales, and gear was given to everybody who donated and volunteers for free. And the superintendent also gave some gear to students for free. So that might explain some of the missing gear, because the volunteers were given a t-shirt. And, you know, I don't necessarily think that's something you want to fire your superintendent for. There is the credit card charges. This was something that's interesting. This is in 13D. You said the credit card charges were not, you have to do screen sharing on this one too. This is the only time when Dr. Edmonson was asked for his input. And what he was asked for, through me, through the attorney for Miller Johnson, who was at the time Anya Lusk, Mr. Schindler's coworker, asked us for documentation for certain credit card purchases. Let's see. Okay, let's see if that works. Here we go. These were the receipts that she asked for, or an invoice for each of the following purposes. And there's 2 pages here. And I think that there are 51 of these. And your resolution states that Dr. Edmonson provided receipts or invoices for 47 of them. So I went back and I looked at her email to find out which ones were that he did not provide a receipt for. One of them was an Amazon charge on December 12th for $112.11. And that's this one. I was going to say Zoom is much better for screen sharing than Google Docs, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. So this is one of the things that Dr. Edmonson submitted through me. And the Amazon charge on December 12th for $112.11 is listed right here. and she just missed that one, and I'm not sure how she did it. And another one that she said was not provided was the stadium trophy one for $126, and that's here at the bottom of this page, and there it is right there. Dr. Edmondson provided that. So the other two were, there was a home goods and something else with home in it, and I cannot remember the name in it. And I looked, and I don't know if it's in the resolution, but was not even asked about those two, the other two that he said missing. So as far as I'm concerned, he answered the 49 he was asked about. The two that you say are still outstanding were not in the spreadsheet that Ms. Lusk sent to me. And then I have an email between myself and Ms. Lusk where I bring that up. Where after I sent her all the documentation on October 29th, I said, this is the second email of two. Let us know if you have any remaining concerns. And she wrote back, both emails received, thanks, and no problem. I will reach out if the auditor needs anything else. I never heard back. We assumed that he had completely answered all the questions about credit cards. As I've just explained to you, every single one that they asked me about, we provided documentation for. And that is despite all of the other issues in the business office. Dr. Edmonson had it at his fingertips. Yet that is still a reason that you want to terminate him. And number 14, now I'm going to your charge number 14. This was the district, the Merriman property. It says that several months of rent on the property went uncollected until being made publicly known by the board. And the $65,000 deposit was due on February 1st that was never collected. I'm really not sure about the timing of some of this, but I have looked at a lot of the documentation about this property, and I'm going to spare attaching all of it, but there is a meeting in May of 2011 where Dr. Edmonson it's in the agenda and in the minutes, where you were publicly talking about with the board and the superintendent, what do we do about, I should be sharing a letter from the Thrun firm right now.
Yes.
Okay, so, and then after that, in June of 2015, there's a letter from your attorneys to Honor First, who held that Merriman Road lease, basically saying you're in default and you need to deal with this, and we'll terminate the agreements and we'll take action if we need to. I don't understand how Dr. Edmonson, working with the attorneys, your attorneys from Thrun, to hold the people breaching the lease accountable for breaching the lease in a reasonably timely manner is in any way cause for alarm, much less termination.
What is the date of that letter? I'm
now-
sorry, I'm looking through what you supplied us. What was it? Okay.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing that. Now we have an emergency operating plan. I don't think I need to share anything here, but what happened here is that the emergency operating plan was due on January 1st, 2020, before Dr. Edmonson became your superintendent. The auditors determined that the guide was not fully compliant with the law. The charge says that President Piles alerted Dr. Edmondson that the guide was not compliant and that he did not amend the guide to bring it into compliance and prepare a new compliant EOP. Dr. Edmondson's detailed rebuttal to the charges, which you all have or will have, which addresses each of the charges in addition to what I'm telling you, states that, again, that this was due on January 1st, 2020, 8 months before he began. He says I have no recollection of President Piles discussing this with me, nor have we been provided with any documentation, such as an email where she alerts him to this. And he says, at the time of my hire, this should have been completed and filed with the state. We also have evidence that an employee named Carenza Smith initiated this on January 24th, 2020, again before he started. And then Dr. Lafayette Laus was working on the document as well, which was supposed to be completed on September 30th of this year. And of course, he was put on leave September 27th. So despite the fact that the ball was dropped a couple times before Dr. Edmondson took office, it was being addressed by the new extended deadline of September 30th, and he was on leave before that happened. And I assume and hope it was filed on time. Now, I've gone through, I hope, every one of the charges and addressed them adequately, if not convincingly. And Dr. Edmondson's own rebuttal will also address those, as well as all the documents, many of which I did not share. Had your consultants and had your investigators bothered to talk with him at all, or talk with any of these others whose letters and documentation I've cited, you would have seen a whole nother side. I go back to due process being a fair opportunity to be heard. The fact that you did not want to interview him during either of these investigations and came to conclusions without his input indicates to me that your result was preordained. If you're being fair, you're going to get somebody's side. If a board is working cooperatively with a superintendent, hey, Dr. Edmondson, we have some concerns about this bid, this credit card purchase. What can you tell me about it? Don't put him on leave, forbid him from talking with anybody who's on the district or setting foot on the district property, and then expect them to defend themselves at that point. Treat him with respect and give him the benefit of the doubt, considering what you did after just extending his contract for 3 years. So you conclude your resolution by saying that the conduct of Dr. Edmondson, including his failure to properly run and supervise the school district, has produced an actual and presumptive adverse impact upon Romulus Community Schools. And I'm not really sure who he's adversely impacting outside of your highly paid consultants and your attorneys and some board members. He's had nothing but a positive impact. Look at these 20 letters, the central office, the unions, the business leaders, the community leaders, these folks who gave up a day of their holiday to go to bat for him, who said things like that I presented to you. And in this day, when I just read an article in Newsweek where superintendents all over the country are leaving districts, tired of tired of things like COVID and the public, critical race theory being taught and all these other things, and they just don't want to deal with it anymore. He wants to be your superintendent. Dr. Edmondson wants to finish the job that he was hired to do, the job that you brought him in to do. He wants to do it. And you have an excellent superintendent at your disposal if you bring him back. These problems that you cited are not of his making. He's addressed them and he will continue to address them if you give him an opportunity. I want to say one last thing, and then I'll take any questions you have. Mr. Schindler said something that I know some board members are gonna be thinking about, which is, hey, we don't wanna be under state takeover. I've dealt with districts who are under state takeover. Believe me, the state doesn't give a flip who your superintendent is. What they care about is, are you doing the right thing? Are you on the right track? Are you addressing these audit issues head on? Are you getting everybody on the same page to collaborate? Are you spending money prudently? Are you together as a district? Are you harmonious? Do you have good relations, even though you have differences? I looked on your website and I saw a couple of you are MASB certified board members, and I think that's terrific. And I saw that one of your, I'm an MASB level 2 board member certified myself. And I saw that one of your former board members was on the panel that had the governance recommendations, and so was one of my former board members. And we didn't always see eye to eye on my board, but we always communicated and we always tried to get along, and we had retreats when we needed to, and we didn't fire people first and then ask questions later. We tried to give people the benefit of the doubt and work together, because the kids and the family and the community deserves no less in your district. I ask you to take a second look at this. I ask you to reinstate Dr. Edmonson as your superintendent. And what the state or what anybody might ask is that you put some controls together in place, that you put some conditions in place. That may help you help him with expectations, and it may help you with the state. Frankly, I think that's a red herring, but I believe that if you go back to square one and go to another superintendent search and get in the resignations you've had, you might be digging yourself more into a hole. I ask that you bring him back, and I thank you for your time and considerable patience with my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. The floor is open if any board members have questions for Mr. Ramel. Okay, so I have a couple things. Or, Mr. Schindler, did you want to speak first? My
Oh,
question
go ahead
will
with
be
questions first.
Okay, let me find this. Okay, so, Mr. Ramel, I have a question. In your point number 1, you stated that the superintendent attempted to hold the finance director accountable and had been working with Troon on something. That was never provided to the board. And I know that you alleged that someone tipped that person off, that it was coming, so she filed a Title IX complaint. The board was not aware that Troon was working on anything. We don't have that documentation. And I don't know if could we get that? Could we get where the employee was made aware or where the board was made aware? Because I've been looking and we have no correspondence to that from Troon. Another point is when you talk about transparency in the audit. That email that you are referring to was initiated by a board member who was brand new at the time. And, I'm sorry, please don't yell out, Mr. Green, who was brand new, and in the email, she asked if she can request something because the concern was over personnel issues, not hiding from the audit or from the community. Second of all, to that point, and I'm trying to pull it up, I reached out to our auditor because after Ms. Evans sent that email to the superintendent and entire board, I did reply to Dr. Edmonson and Don Sovie only because I wanted to find out. Two, I didn't want us to go into any area where we might violate an employee's rights by specific blame or assignment for findings coming out in open meeting. And after I sent that and Dr. Edmondson replied to me, I realized he misunderstood, and we had a conversation actually with the auditor, and the auditor has stated, Ms. Piles, we were engaged to conduct a financial statement. I'm sorry, this is an opening. And what he states is, we were engaged to conduct a financial statement, February of the audit for June 30th, 2020, and issued our reports dated February 17th. He says that he attended the public meeting and presented. Prior to that, he says the superintendent and chair of the Board of Education discussed the degree of specificity that would come out in the audit findings, and it's always our practice to put those notes and writings and the written reports stand on their own, but he clearly states that they do not assign findings or blame, and that anything I asked was consistent with the reports that they always give. So that statement that is going out that 2 board members were less than transparent and wanted to hide things from the community is false, and it's being used to incite anger, right? Which, if that was true, people should be angry. But the auditor himself writes a letter stating that there was a conference call between the superintendent and board chair, myself, and that at no time that was discussed. Dr. Edmondson actually had that conference call because I was concerned about it being a personnel issue, and clearly it was misunderstood in the email. So, but that's not being told. So, yeah, if we could just stick to facts so that we aren't spinning things, that would be, no, you know what? No, because that is something that we have always been very clear in our audit. We know, and it is okay, Mr. Green, you have been asked to stop speaking. Well, the next time you will need to leave the meeting.
All right.
So, Mr. Ramel, just so you know, that was 2 board members, one who was new, requesting from the superintendent, you know, because we had heard about issues in the finance department. And so it was a question to make sure that we were not, okay, Mr. Green, you need to leave. You're trespassing, you need to leave. Okay, stop.
He pays taxes.
Okay,
How can
okay,
a taxpayer be trespassing?
When you are asked to leave, you become a trespasser. So, Mr. Ramel, so I'm sorry for the disturbance. I'm trying to pull this up and I can't read it, but I don't know if it is a public meeting and there are rules. And you've had the warnings, Mr. Green. So, yeah, so that was a discussion that we intentionally entered into prior to the audit report being given by Daniel Clark that night, to ensure not that we were hiding anything from the community, but to make sure that we were clearly stating the new accounting principles and also the results of the audit, but not getting into any assignment of blame which would need to be held in a closed session as a personnel matter. And I will forward that to you. The auditor actually wrote a statement to that effect. So I did want to point that out. And then what you were referring to in the likely to be repeated in 2021, that was, we had a pre-audit to give a status update of the 14 findings from last year. Because when we requested status updates on those corrective action plans, they were never provided. So knowing that the finance department was in a mess. The board voted for a pre-audit to be conducted, giving us status updates on those findings. So when Mr. Clark sent that to us, that was done before he came in and began the audit. So when he says they're likely to be repeated in 2021, he means the audit that he was supposed to be doing that couldn't, not that it takes a year. And that is what he stated. It's likely to be repeated because here we are a year later and they haven't been fixed. So he's telling us prepare to see him in this year's audit too. Nowhere in that does he say that it takes a year to fix it. Which one? Oh, and then the other thing, you brought up the Yo and Yo, that Miss Clare reached out to Yo and Yo and asked the question about competitive bidding. I believe that Miss Clare was concerned about the district's failure to reach out and do competitive bidding, and she went to district council at the time and voiced those concerns in July. Yet the email that you referenced where she reached out to Yo and Yo is dated November of 2021, months after she no longer worked here. So at the time Ms. Clare worked for Romulus Community Schools, she was concerned and had brought concerns about our failure to competitively bid while she worked here. And so much, she was so troubled by it being ignored that she sought out our district council in Frankenmuth in July. So then I don't know why she'd follow up in November, months after expressing that concern and months after resigning, and reach out to Yo and Yo, an auditor we haven't had in 2 years, and ask about competitive bidding.
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm asking me to address this. I mean, there was 1 or 2 questions I think I can quickly address. I don't necessarily, I mean, the debate is for the board. But first of all, in terms of Ms. Rudolph and whether there's a record of that, what I showed you was a chain of documents between Thrun and Dr. Edmonson where he had drafted a directive letter to her as well as a plan of assistance, and they were editing it back and forth, and then Thrun advised him to not have any contact with her after she filed her complaint. That's what I know there, and you have those documents that show between him and Thrun provided to Mr. Schindler this morning. Second, you made a statement about the emails that yourself and Ms. Evans sent before the February 22nd, 2021 meeting. And I did find the email that Dr. Edmondson sent to you, which is in response to your email that I think it's even more dangerous to omit a major part of the report. The reality is that our monies are good. That's not an issue. Our internal controls are terrible, but being corrected. When we look to deceive or omit, then we have a potentially greater problem. I would never just do this. Having been a superintendent before and even watched others' audits, I look expressly to hear the findings uncovered. Are the concerns that the community will respond negatively to knowing we had such findings? I am pleased that they will see that we are in positive shape with our finances. That was his response. I mean, you can state your position about why you sent the email, and it's certainly a prerogative. Others may draw a different conclusion. I'm not sure if there's another question you had for me.
But I'm telling you that once he responded, and you will see that there was no further response from me. That is because that last email from Dr. Edmondson made it clear that there was a miscommunication in email, which is why the 3 of us, he and I and our auditor, had a conversation, and the auditor realized that those were not my concerns at all. It was personnel issues.
I would just say on this point, if there is a question for Mr. Ramel, let's ask him. If there's discussion, there'll be discussion time.
Thank you. Ms. Terrell, is your hand up? Does that say hers?
It does say that her
I'm
hand is up.
sorry, my hand was up, and I did want to respond because, and I guess, I don't know if this is appropriate here, but I do know that there was a board brief that was sent. And Dr. Edmondson had said in several of our meetings that any decisions that he makes, it is in referencing our district attorney's office. But in particular, um, I do remember that there was a board brief where he had expressed concern, and I don't have access to it now because I am at work, but where he expressed concern and that he was putting a plan into place, and it was sent out to the entire board. And again, as it's been stated, it is something that he was following a finance committee meeting. It was something that he was told that because a complaint had been filed, that he had to back off of that and not touch it. So that was something that was discussed with the entire board. Um, and then on one-on-ones, I participated in one-on-ones as each board member was offered that invitation, one-on-ones, and he talked specifically about this issue and how once he's allowed to address it, he would, and that he had already referred it over to the attorney. So I'm quite sure I'm not the only one who had received that information, but I do know that it was both in board briefs, um, a meeting, one of the meetings that we had where he addressed the right the action corrective action plan that was being put in place, and we were told as a board that he would not be interacting with her because of that complaint.
Are there any other questions from board members for Mr. Ramel? Mr. Ramel, if I may, I did have one question.
Yes.
You had discussed as part of this process that, in essence, and forgive me again, I'm summarizing here. In essence, from the early on, Dr. Edmonson was thrown off a bit, in part because he couldn't talk to the then finance director because of a Title IX complaint. And you had asserted that board members, and that was your words, board members tipped Ms. Rudolph off about the impending negative review. Is there any, do you have anything that would demonstrate board members did in fact tip off Ms. Rudolph?
The only other thing that I would cite you to perhaps is a Title IX investigation. I looked at the interview summary. I don't know to what extent the board was privy to that investigation and all the witness interviews, but he did speak in his interview about holding Ms. Rudolph accountable and that he believes that that was a factor in her complaint.
Okay, but there's no evidence that any board members tipped her off?
Oh, about that part?
Yeah.
I think I qualified what I said was on information and belief.
Okay.
And
All right.
I don't have anything to say that is true for certain. But that is what, that is a theory. And otherwise, we do know that she sat down with Mr. Edmondson and the auditors. And basically, he said to her the same things that he was putting in that plan of action. So she knew she's being held accountable from those one-on-one conversations. So that meeting I know took place from Dr. Edmondson.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions for.
I do. I have a question, Attorney Ramel. In regards to the situation that you're referring to, when did this take place? Because a lot of this information that I'm hearing is something that has taken place prior to myself and Mr. Bergeron being a part of the board.
With the documents regarding back and forth with Thrun about Ms. Rudolph was November of 20.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I did have one brief point that I wanted to state in, I guess, a bit of rebuttal from Mr. Rammel's statement. I have not had a chance to go through Mr. Rammel's documents. They were emailed to me while I was driving over here this afternoon, so I've not had a chance to review them yet. I did want to address one point. Mr. Rammel made the point that the Don Sovie letter that we cherry-picked portions. And I would just submit that if you look at the letter, it's a 3-page letter, and in essence, page 2 and 3 are entirely about a lack of cooperation that he cites as to why he was withdrawing from his agreement with the district. And to say it's cherry picking, I think, is a bit hyperbole. I don't want to bore everyone by reading the entire letter in here line by line, but he cites to emails from Dr. Edmonson. He specifically states, for example, what has first started as required finance HR meetings with good attendance has recently turned into poorly attended meetings which appear to lack support from the superintendent. The superintendent has not been attending the meetings for several weeks. Our firm requested the presence of the superintendent to set the tone of importance for the budget amendment and ZBB process. ZBB stands for zero-based budgeting. A very important meeting on the budget amendment was scheduled for 1 p.m. on Friday, March 5th, to determine input assignments from principals and supervisors for the amendment. The meeting was canceled without input in the morning of March 5th via email from the district HR director. And because of this cancellation, I believe the desired amendment date of March 22nd will now be very difficult to attain. On the next page, it goes on to quote an email from Dr. Edmonson. It says, I was informed by you via email on March 4th of the following. Again, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but in important part it says, we will not be implementing ZBB this year due to constraints and lack of district leadership and expertise on the process. We will spend the necessary time implementing the next year, possibly. So where Mr. Rammel said, he said, let's have discussions on ZBB, that isn't exactly correct. He said, we're not going to do it. Maybe we'll do it next year, depending. And Mr. Sovie then goes on in the next paragraph to say, this March 4 email communication provides information that is absolutely within the purview of the district and is a management decision. But because of this new direction, as well as citing of the above contractual areas not being followed by the district, I do not see a clear path on how I can contribute to the better good of the district. Accordingly, I'm now withdrawing from the agreement. So I would just state on that point that to say the letter was cherry-picked, I think is inaccurate. As for the remaining documentation and other things, again, that Mr. Rammel submitted, again, I have not had the opportunity because they were just provided to me shortly before the meeting. I've not had the opportunity to review as of yet.
Bob, thank you for that. I did briefly put up that March 4th email that you were quoting from, the one that Dr. Edmondson wrote to Mr. Sovie, where he apologized for not making all the meetings. And he explained why he didn't, and he also made a statement about ZBB. But remember, go back to what the letter Mr. Sovie wrote this week. He said, I want to clarify the misconception that what I was doing were recommendations. I was not making recommendations. I was suggesting things for the board's consideration. That was the term he used. And to fire a superintendent, in part, because he didn't follow a consideration suggested by an outside consultant, is cherry picking to me. And Bob, you and I have talked a lot this week. We've traded a lot of documents, and I have absorbed a lot. But, frankly, it's just not, we're now answering questions and having a dialogue that should have happened months ago. These questions should have been asked of Dr. Edmondson during the investigation. I am still baffled how any investigation doesn't include the guy who's targeted.
Understood. At this point, does anyone on the board have any other questions for Mr. Ramel? I suppose, or for myself?
Yes, I have a question regarding the letter from Dr. Sovie that was just written this week.
I can put that up if you want.
Okay, you stated that Don Sovie communicated this week that in his site assessment report, he was not making recommendations. He was only providing information for the board to review. And that no one should be terminated for not following the zero-based budgeting, and that there was just going to be a conversation about it. So,
Oh, he didn't say that part. I said that part.
okay, so he said that he did not make recommendations. He only provided information for review. My
Sure.
question is on December 16th of 20, just a couple weeks after Don Sovie was hired by Dr. Edmonson, Dr. Edmonson sent an email to staff, specifically those in central office, and he copied the board. And he was informing staff members that Sovie would be conducting interviews. And in that email, Dr. Edmonson stated, "This is a directive and not optional. This is an important site assessment that will help us move forward in all of our pursuits." So when we got that as a board, and when Sovie was hired, it was our understanding that this was because we needed to move forward, and we absolutely could not stay where we were. And when I'm reading the executive summary, some of the, he states in it that the things that have been identified in this report are prepared to provide an aid in the decision-making process in the development of scarce human and financial resources for effectiveness and efficiency. The business services function of today requires strength and accuracy more than ever. And then he goes on to say that the report covers critical leadership issues that will be necessary to operate effectively, and increased financial and human resource legislated requirements imposed over the last 10 years, Michigan school districts are seriously challenged to remain in compliance. This sounds like more than just, let's have a talk about it. And especially now, here we are a year later, out of compliance. And then he states, "I have developed the following considerations for improved effectiveness and efficiency of business services." So yes, they're recommendations. We don't have to take them, but that was the board's understanding of the whole purpose of hiring Mr. Sovie. He goes on, and one of the things he says, "Focus accounting and finance purpose to collect, store, and process financial and accounting data and produce informational reports that managers or other interested parties can use to make business decisions." We have not had a finance report in a year because our systems can't generate it. So even Sovie was saying, it's not about zero-based budgeting or just here's some information if you want to review it at some point. He's telling us we can't even generate reports for decision-making. That is specifically a function of the board. A question from, you have a question? Oh, yeah, so I'm asking, my question is in light of these specific things, I don't understand how these weren't recommendations in an effort to move forward, how this was just you know, if you want to review this at some point. So if you could clarify, I don't know if anyone had a conversation with Sovie, but clarify that, because these specifics seem more like we need to take this advice. He says to remain sustainable specifically.
Well, you know, I think in some ways it's apples and oranges, right? Dr. Edmondson recommended that Mr. Sovie be brought on. And he directed staff to cooperate with him because it was really important that everybody get on the same page and cooperate with this consultant and share information and share ideas and dialogue. That does not mean that everybody had to follow every suggestion
Right.
that Mr. Sovie made. But it did mean they had to cooperate in the process. What you saw was that Dr. Edmondson was being very communicative. He was being very facilitative of Mr. Sovie's role. But the ultimate prerogative that he has as a leader is that he can say, hey, we're on board with what you're trying to do. We're going to open our books. We're going to cooperate with you. We're going to meet with you. But, you know, I don't think that this particular suggestion is the right thing for us this year, maybe next year. I mean, that's really it. I mean, it's not like that's insubordination or snubbing him, which I think, you know, was the import of the resolution. You know, when you look, you got to look at the whole relationship in context. And in that respect, I thought it was a very healthy, collaborative, give and take thing. And he just wasn't, nobody was being a yes man to anybody. So, again, you know, that's, I think, his prerogative as a soup.
Any other questions?
Okay. If there are no other questions, real quick, Nick, real quick for you, we had discussed in advance, I know your point was, sorry, to give perspective for the entire audience. When charges are being considered against somebody, the individual involved has the right to have that in open or closed session. I know you had mentioned you wanted the hearing in open session. I don't think we discussed the consideration itself. I'm assuming, or presuming before we begin that process, that you want that to be an open session as well. Or that
I believe, oh, no, I mean, if you give me a moment, I may be able to get a text answer from Dr. Edmondson here, but let's see. Dr. Edmondson requests, as is his right, for open deliberations.
Okay. Okay. With that in mind, then the presentations have been and documents have been presented to the board. At this time, this would be time for discussion amongst the board relative to what to do upon the charges, whether to proceed toward termination, toward nothing, or somewhere in between. That's for a discussion for the board, and then eventually on motion. But and then
Bob, can I?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Bob. I want to ask you real quick. It's hard for me to tell because I see empty seats. Do you have all 7 board members participating either live or remotely?
No, we have 6 of 7. Mr. Bergeron is not. Mr. Bergeron is not available. Is not here. He was turned up sick today. He's been sick since Christmas, so he did not join virtually or in person. But we have we have the 4 here in person, and then Ms. Terrell and Ms. German are joining virtually.
Okay, thank you.
At this point, I will get out of the way and allow the board to discuss.
So the floor is open. Ms. German and Ms. Terrell, I have trouble seeing if hands are raised from the screen, so if either of you have anything at any time, please say that, and I'll make sure that you are recognized.
So I want to be transparent and honest in regards to all the information that I've heard. A lot of the information that was provided to us today is some things that I have just learned today. And it concerns me that there's information that, going into a meeting like this, there should have been information that was provided to us prior to coming to these seats and hearing Dr. Edmonson's side and all of that. I just feel like there was no information that that I could have to process prior to this time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Ms. Chairman.
Oh, I was going to say also, if there are any questions for me from
Okay.
the council role,
Right.
I'll be here available for them as well.
So Ms. German, so Mr. Ramel had emailed that to Mr. Schindler, those documents, and when Mr. Schindler was on his way here, I believe it came through after 1, and then when Mr. Ramel started speaking is when I realized that those documents existed. So just so that I know that as we look at these, and the documents are here, so thank you, Mr. Ramel, for providing that, and Mr. Schindler for forwarding it. Some of the things that, again, for the Board of Education, we're provided with documentation from Tim Gardner with Troon. It was the superintendent and attorney exchange with the former finance director. But as I stated, I see this, but I did not know, and the board did not know, that the superintendent was working with legal on this. I know that after the fact, the superintendent told me that, oh man, I was working on this with legal already, but as a board, and I'm looking back through board briefs, and there's statements where he's talking about, as we identify problems, we have to do something about it. But I had no correspondence or no knowledge that this was in the works with legal.
President Piles?
Yes, Ms. Wester.
Ms. Terrell kind of alluded to that earlier. We had board briefs that stated that there were discrepancies. He was asking for certain documents from finance and wasn't getting those documents. On September 13th, in his board brief to us, he wrote about his relationship with Angela Rudolph, said it needs a lot of work. I am not finding her to be a good communicator. I have been surprised on a number of occasions by matters involving her. I have made her aware of my desires to be transparent. I asked for the 2021 budget from her, which seems to be a problem. I am taking on a number of responsibilities that require me to know revenues, expenditures, and encumbrances. I am patient, but this relationship will be monitored. No improvements in time will dictate my future moves. So we've been told some things. He may not tell us everything, but we are getting bits and pieces of how things are not performing. So to say we had no idea that things were an issue, that's the wrong statement to make. Because he's working on things, and he said it right here. If there's no improvement, time will dictate my future moves. And no sooner than that, she filed a Title IX. I don't know what happened. I'm not saying
Ms.
what.
Wester,
Yes, sir.
was that September 13th of this year or previous year?
2020, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
2020.
So a lot of this stuff is so predated.
A lot of it in terms of finance is predated from when you came on the board. So we did have board briefs that kind of went into details of what was happening day to day. And then his board brief started to just go bullet points. He even mentioned in a bunch of his board briefs about confidentiality. What's said to us in a board brief needs to stay in the board brief. That's supposed to stay between the board. I have to go back through my emails and pull up that one to see the date that he wrote that about being concerned about information being shared that's given out in a board brief that you have staff members coming and asking questions about. So it's not pointing a finger and saying anything. I said this way back when I first came on the board, that there was a leak in here. I said that a long time ago. It predated Dr. Edmonson, which means really nothing has changed.
So to that, I did not say that the board did not have any idea there were issues. That email, I said that the board was not aware that he was working with legal on corrective action plan or whatever it was that was being worked on. That email, the board brief that you just read is dated September 13th.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the complaint was filed end of November, beginning of December. So there was.
I can go back and pull them all out and read them.
And that's fine. Then that's fine.
Just stating
but
one
what
of
I'm
them
saying
that's
is the
been
board
there.
never heard about this thing with True. I mean, and like I said, September 13th to the end of November, what was done?
It tells you
in
that if there's
timeframe.
no correction, I will take future moves.
Okay, so here's what, and he did, but I never heard anything after that. What I see is October 14th, the superintendent told the finance director, "It is embarrassing to be cited year after year without any correction on our part." And yeah, we don't want to keep doing that. That was in October. On November 25th, the superintendent emailed the board and he said, "I read through the documents," and this was from Yo and Yo. "I read through the documents only to have my own concerns addressed by yet another party. As a board, you are responsible as well for ensuring that we address their findings." And that's where it ended. And then Dr. Sovie, or Mr. Sovie came in, and there was a correspondence about the importance. December 16th, the superintendent emailed the board because we were having a month of state aid withheld. And he said, "Make sure you're sitting down and hydrated." And then he went and sent the email to staff saying, "Mr. Sovie's going to be conducting interviews because his site assessment will help us move forward in all our pursuits." On the 5th, we got that report with recommendations. We don't have to take them all, and they don't have to be all played out, but he says Sovie is warning us, intentionally focus on district sustainability. On January 5th of 2021, and now the auditor's saying, "Hey, if you don't change your business operations, the district isn't going to survive." It's like we had this warning, and he's in the report, prioritize finance. And he says the district could be described as flying blind in terms of understanding the financial trajectory. This status needlessly may subject the district to preventable financial distress to provide good financial information and use of pandemic-related grant funding. The path to ongoing sustainability will be based on long-term planning. So I get that he was identifying and saying, "Hey, okay, here's all the emails and communications I'm having with that person." I did not say that we weren't aware of issues. What I'm saying is we were not aware as a board that he'd reached out to Troon and was developing anything. And for those who were, as Ms. Terrell stated, in individual conversations, that's not a board communication. A one-on-one is just that. It's a conversation with one person. But even at the time,
I also stated, if I might interact with you right there, I also stated that he had made that statement to the entire board. We had I would say where the board brief actually followed. And again, I'm at a disadvantage because I don't have a laptop in front of me. Previously, I was at work. I just got off work and had to go through this, while during work hours. But he actually told us that anything that he does, he also makes a point to speak with the district's council, and that the decisions that he makes, it's not just something that he's going to do arbitrarily. And I do know that there were discussions that we had in closed session that I can't say, but I will say that it was referenced there as well. So, I can't go into the details of what was said, but it was referenced in a session that the entire board was in on what his plan of action was. And so I would think that there may even be something in writing that would indicate that, but and a one-on-one, which was offered to all of us, it's just not something this is not the first time I've heard it. I know that he was working on something, and I've had conversations with other board members about that. So,
right. So what I'm saying is yes, and he was sending board briefs, and he was talking to us as far as the finance department. But what I'm saying is we didn't receive so here's what I want to do, or here is the plan. We got the beginning, and then nothing more. And we have an email from Dr. Edmonson on January 12th of 21, where he addresses with the board finance concerns, and he asks the board, the question is, what are you willing to do after the recommendations? I should be compelled to make changes, sweeping where needed. As I stated in my brief, my concerns stem from September. So yes, he states this, but he's asking what will you do with the recommendations, but those recommendations never came. This board communication where we're aware that, hey, I've got these financial concerns and sweeping changes is January. We're talking about September came that first brief, and then a complaint the end of November. So it's like, I'm just saying, like, the timeline was never clear. But now it's like, what are we going to do now with this? On the 22nd, we got our audit report. On the 24th, 2 days after, our district auditor gave the audit report in open meeting. 2 days later, Mr. Sovie emailed the superintendent, we have opportunities to favorably impact millions of dollars for years to come, but it is time sensitive at the moment. There have been a number of major financial developments that have taken place in the last week that we have not discussed. As your financial advisor, I have an ethical obligation to present them to you so you will understand the financial implications of not taking action. And there was never a response to that email. So then Don Sovie ended up withdrawing from the district on the 6th, but in spite of that warning from Mr. Sovie about the financial implications of not taking action, even knowing that, a district-wide and community email was sent, yes, there is tremendous cleanup ahead, and currently, but the morale is high, the energy level is infectious, and the quality of work is improved. There is a plan and a direct course of action. No need to stay in the past, no need for any blame, just move forward. But what was that plan? I sit here today at the end of 2021, and what is that plan? We heard general statements about sweeping changes and plans, but where were they? That's what I'm saying, is the board, that was never communicated. And here we are a year later with auditors saying your district isn't going to survive if changes aren't made. The same thing that Sovie warned us about on January 1st of 2021.
But we tried to keep Mr. Sovie. We keep forgetting about that part. We extended his first contract. We got ready to extend the second time. Everybody said, no, we don't have money. when it was brought to the forefront of how we could get things corrected, no one wanted to keep Mr. Sovie on. So to keep sitting here saying he left, say why he left, because we would not extend his contract. We got to tell the whole truth.
At whose
And I
recommendation
remember,
would we
Miss-
not
and I
have-
remember
at
Miss
whose
Beard.
recommendation?
Hang on, Miss
I'm
Abbott.
speaking,
Hang on, Miss Abbott.
and I remember
Sorry.
Miss Beard saying this before she resigned. If you gonna tell the truth, tell something, tell the whole truth of why we got to where we are. You cannot blame one person on what's going on in this district. Decades and decades of BS. He's being thrown under the bus. I've said it from day one. I said it back in August when I sent the email out. Read it. Read what's happening up in Flint. Read it. No one wanted to pay attention when the superintendent went and sued the school district for not allowing her to do her job. He brought the stuff to our attention and has been getting pushback on anything that he presents. It's always been pushback. Always. But let Mr. Garland bring something, it goes through. I'm sorry. That's how it's laying. He got pushback on everything that he tried to do. Everything. And now we want to say, oh, it's all Dr. E's fault. It's all Dr. E's fault.
Ms. Wester, what was pushed back on specifically? Seriously, when the state, and I'm not being
Sovie,
sarcastic,
for one,
but what was pushed back?
not wanting to pay him anymore and extend his contract. We've already spent $50,000. But we hired in a consultant. We hire in Dixon Consultant, him making $160 an hour. And people are telling me he's in there counting T-shirts. Then we bring in his assistants. We bring in all these people that we're throwing money after. You have the superintendent out on administrative leave. We bring in an interim who's making more than the superintendent. And it's okay. It's okay to keep throwing money out the window.
Madam President,
Yes.
in response to my recollection in terms of why Mr. Sovie left us, he submitted a correspondence to the board for the lack of cooperation at that time, and one of his recommendations was for a zero-based budget, and in conversation with the superintendent, and his information to the board was that we were not ready to move forward with that. Okay, and so in knowing that, the board voted, okay, to end the contract at that particular time, and that was my recollection in as to why Mr. Sovie services was no longer required at that time.
So when Mr. Sovie sent that email on February 24th, saying these things are time sensitive, if you look at your email that Dr. Edmonson forwarded to the board on March 4th, he replies to Mr. Sovie, Mr. Sovie's February 24th email. He replied on March 4th, and he said, I read your email and apologize for not being available. I have reiterated numerous times that I am running the entire district, which includes being accessible to many groups and individuals. I have multiple competing interests. Please know that I meet with my staff regarding various matters. I'm meeting with several members at this moment, which allows me to write the email. He talks about we're not going to do zero-based budgeting this year, which the board was in agreement with. But then he states, I've asked Marie Miller to lead our business department temporarily, which she didn't, as she has the expertise to do so. And under her guidance, we will work to amend our budget for March 22nd and future budgets. My cabinet and Jewel will work on the budget process at that time collaboratively. We will also continue our work to organize and align with the audit recommendations. Then he says, the board would like an account for the hours you have remaining, which I plan to report to them on Monday. I certainly appreciate the work you have provided our district. We had only planned for your internal audit financially. And I was able to secure more of your expertise where it was warranted. This was a bonus and not intended to last more than 1 month. I am deeply appreciative. I am most certain that in due time we will collaborate further. Our staff has multiple priorities, keeping them from meetings. I suggest you bring that down to 1 meeting a week, and we can continue being proactive in areas you believe are needed. However, when your time is exhausted, it is exhausted until I see other areas that need your expertise. My role is now the facilitation role, assigning duties. And then he goes on to speak about, the focus on the millage. But I bring that up because we were seeing Don Sovie's emails about, I'm not hearing from you. There's things you need to act on. There's changes in the law that have taken place, and it's difficult to be in compliance. And so we were asking, well, how much time does Mr. Sovie have left? Which Dr. Edmonson recognizes. The board wants to know how much time you have left, but then he says, when that time is exhausted, it is exhausted. That was not a board decision. The board was wanting to move forward and fix our finances. That was a superintendent decision. And this email that the board has dated March 4th states that he made the decision to tell Don Sovie, when your time's up, it's up.
Madam President, I want to focus on the competitive bidding violations. For the first time, we heard that the possibility of the bids not being federal grants, and another part of it is not being, it's called cooperative. And so this is my first, and I'm not sure if any other board members have heard anything any different from that. And so my question would be what exactly is the focus and the policy in our competitive bidding process for the district, and what are our bylaws and what we administered and follow? Because the question here is, are we following the federal guidelines as pertaining to that? Are we also following the Michigan Department of Education and the state? And also, are we following the board bylaws and the differentiation between what is federal and non-federal grants, and to address the cooperative?
If I may, real quick, just
Yes.
from a legal standpoint, I want to make clear what Mr. Ramel, I believe, was saying there. So one is there are certain exceptions in the bidding process. He talked about a purchase based on a federal grant from a federal source, but Mr. Ramel stated that from what he saw, none of these were federal purchases. So he brought that up, but that's just an exception that's not at issue here. The exception he brought up, and again, I'm actually pulling up the documents right now because I haven't had a chance to look at them yet, but what he's saying is that there is what's called the cooperative program, which is a state-run program that's a cooperative that, in essence, the state does the vetting of contractors. And if you purchase goods or services from one of those state programs, then the necessity to have the same bid process is not required under the law because the state's already vetted it for you. So that's what he was trying to say. And so I believe, and again, I haven't looked at it yet, but what he's saying is that the letter or email from Bill Garland deals with the issue that at least one or two of these purchases, Bill is now saying, were part of a cooperative program. So that's the point that Mr. Ramel was making there.
For me, Madam President, if I may, for me, one of the biggest things that stands out to me that was presented today is that Dr. Edmonson should have had an opportunity to defend himself, to be able to provide these documentations, to be able to have discussions with the entire board. And we should not be, when asked what is the scope of the investigation, when asked uh, about why is Dr. Edmonson out on paid leave, the response has always been that it's not relative to him. The response has always been, I don't know what the scope of the investigation is. And I just think that we want, and I said it before, we want to attract the best talent possible for Romulus Community Schools. And when someone is made the target or the scapegoat or the means of we're not proper and it's all on him, how are you thinking that we're going to be able to attract or even get someone that's able to do a third or a fourth of what he's been able to accomplish in such a short time with all the challenges that have been posted? I can remember several board members meetings that we've had where it was stated, or even communications, allow him to do his job. Stop micromanaging the people that are in central office to carry out the job. And then here we are today contemplating or having a hearing to terminate him without allowing him ample process to present. This is how I was handling this. All you have to do is ask. But he's not been allotted that information. And so I appreciate Mr. Schindler, but I also believe that these are things that we have been bringing up along the way throughout the past 3 months, saying that these are the things that we're avoiding and not even considering. And here we are jumping now to the possibility of terminating. And I think if Dr. Edmonson is allowed to come in and do his job, do what he was hired to do, we will be able possibly to pick up and start over again. A lot of assumptions have been made. Things have been seen from a narrow perspective because maybe everyone wasn't attending one-on-ones. Maybe everyone wasn't willing to accept some of the things. And maybe some people, well, I'm not even gonna go there, but I think that we should have Dr. Edmonson be allowed to come back because it is impacting our district. We received I thought, a very well-crafted letter from Darcel, a former student, an alumni, who went over all of the areas that have been impacted, positively impacted by Dr. Edmonson, and all of the negativity and how it has taken away from our students, how it's taken away from our community, how it's taken away from our teaching staff to be able to effectively work day to day and educate our children. And I just really hope that the personal vendettas, that's what I'm going to call it, personal vendettas, are able to be set aside and we can move forward by bringing him back so that he can do his job.
Yes, Ms. Evans. Thank you, Ms. Terrell. Ms. Evans.
So it was referenced that there was an email stating that we are financially sound and vibrant. If that's the case, why haven't we received any type of monthly updates, any type of financial statement whatsoever for the entire time I've been on the board?
I can address that. We had Ms. Clare in our actual central office working to get caught up on the audit findings so that we could get approval on the audits, yet attending multiple finance committee meetings, yet attending multiple meetings with Mr. Sovie, yet attending multiple requests by board members, all of these different things in a run of a work scheduled day that, from what I've been made aware of, there is some documentation that was not posted years back. I don't even know how it was possible to, how how would it be possible? But I just believe that the finger is being pointed at the wrong individual. These people were working. These people were working at their level of expertise to get us back in shape and to continue to move the school district forward.
I agree that our finance department, every employee was working hard. And I don't know, one of the reasons why we didn't get financial reports is because our system is so messed up that it cannot generate a finance report. Because yes, Miss Clare is a hard worker, and in addition to everything else she was doing, she could easily generate a finance report if that was possible. We have been told by Mr. Sovie, we've been told by Mr. Dixon, we have been told by our auditor, it is not possible to generate a finance report. That is why Ms. Clare did not provide one to the superintendent. That is why the superintendent did not provide one to the board. We still today cannot get a financial report, which is why Mr. Sovie said a year ago, we cannot know the financial position of this district at any point in time, which means we are flying blind in understanding the financial trajectory of the district. That's not about fault, that's about what in the world are we going to do? Because flying blind, we don't fly blind in our personal finances. Why would we fly blind with the district's finances?
But why is Dr. Edmonson the subject of all of this? These are things that were in place prior to his coming to the district. Why is he the subject of all of this? When he tried to move forward with it.
Okay, tried to move forward how? I'm still waiting for that answer. Move forward how? He says he recognized it as soon as he got here. We have in board briefs, changes need to take place. We have reports that Don Sovie's gonna interview people because we're gonna use this to move forward. We have a report saying you have to intentionally focus on the sustainability of the district. The status we had then needlessly may subject the district to preventable financial distress if we could provide good financial information, which he said we could not. He says in number 3, point B, ongoing monthly budgetary monitoring and reporting is needed for making decisions. So it's not about targeting. I'll be honest with you, I didn't realize how bad things were until this stuff was coming out. And this should scare every single one of us. As a Board of Education, if we're not concerned with the financial state of the district, if we're not wanting reports, if we're not wanting understanding, what are we doing that matters? So no, this wasn't a target on a person, but as information came out, it was clearly substantiated that this person understood the problem, had an expert come in, was given reports with suggestions, and we've still done nothing, and here we are a year later, and we are in a bad situation because we still don't know where we stand financially. So no, nobody's being blamed for it. The concern is why is no one is being blamed for it. This as far as getting here, okay, we know that we've been in a bad spot. We are here today because the question is what has been done and what is being done, and we still don't have a plan.
Madam President,
Okay, who's shouting out? Okay.
At the end of the day.
Wait, I'm sorry, Ms. Wester, hang on. Please do not shout out. I mean, please don't. Everybody will have an opportunity to speak. Okay, but this is not how people speak out. We can't even hear. No, okay, so go ahead, Ms. Wester.
At the end of the day,
I don't know who that is. Okay.
we were in the middle of a pandemic. And at the same time of recognizing what the finance department was lacking, we had to get the return to learn plan going. So he knew, but you got to prioritize. The state said we had to have kids back in the building by March 1st. We had to work on a return to learn. Everybody's forgetting about the return to learn plan and all the other COVID things that we had to put in place to make sure our babies could come back into school. I've said it before. We've gone through this audit. Bring our superintendent back. Let him come up with the plan. Let him work with our consultants that's here. This is the plan. This is what we're going to do. In 3 months, we expect to see ABC. That's what needs to happen. You're saying it's not personal. It's not about him. When you look at these charges, it was all about Dr. Benjamin Edmonson. It was about him bringing forward and letting us know there are issues here. But like I said, we were still in the middle of a pandemic, and then we had to get the return to learn process going to bring the babies back in school. We had to remember who was gonna be remote, who was gonna be in person. How was this gonna work? At that point, bringing the babies back in school was the first priority. So when you look at the ionizers and the shields and things of that nature, if it went through RIMC, it followed the protocol because that's a state website that says these are the vendors that you can use. We need our superintendent back. We get the plan, the corrective action plan going, hire our own employees, because having consultants in here, they're coming to get money. They have no stake in what goes on with this district. They say they do. They're here to get their paycheck and move on to the next. We have our superintendent back. We hire our own employees. Yes, we do have a couple outside people working. And we transition and we get the ball rolling. We know what needs to be done. You said there's a plan. Let him work with Mr. Sovie or Mr. Dixon and get this plan going so we can move our district forward. At the end of the day, our babies are suffering. The babies are suffering. And I say this every week. The morale is gone. We don't look at why people are leaving. We just know we got to fill a position. Look at why all these people left. Look at the reasoning. There was at one point we wanted to do exit interviews to see why, what we can do to retain these people. No one's talking about an exit interview now. No one's talking about that. At the end of the day, I hear the concerns. We're all concerned about the finances. It's been going on for years. We know what needs to be done. The consultants have said, bring them in with our superintendent so we can get the action plan going and move our district forward. That will be a happy new year for everyone.
I have a question for all board members, and I genuinely mean this. I keep hearing, bring him back and let him go forward with the plan. He had a plan, give him time to do the plan. I'm saying that I am not aware of that plan.
I said bring him back and get with our consultants with the plan so we can get it going. I said bring him back so we can get a plan going.
Yeah, no, I heard that, but I know, like, I've heard from this table, board members say, he had a plan, we didn't give him time to do it. Bring him back and let him do the plan. I'm just asking, what is that plan? If anybody has it,
my statement now was bring him back so he can get with the consultants and the legal people that have come and said, these are the things that you need to work on to get the plan.
Okay.
To do the corrective action plan.
Okay, so then that's my misunderstanding. I thought people were saying that he had a plan. So, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Kennard. I didn't see you, I'm sorry.
Well, my question is, I've heard a lot from both sides, and individuals. And so are we saying throughout the audit and the investigation, at no time did Dr. Edmonson have the opportunity to respond to any concerns? Was there any obstruction of the process? So what's the clarity here is, was there any obstruction from the process during the audit and the investigation? Are we saying that he was never asked for any input? Because that doesn't, we need to have that clarified.
Right, so, and we need to refer back to Clark Hill. My understanding of the investigation was that they were pulling stuff from SMART. So they were pulling our purchase orders, they were pulling our bids, they were pulling our receipts from the SMART system where everything is stored. And then anything that was missing, then those items were requested from individual employees. And that, I believe, either Dr. Edmonson directly or through his attorney had that. So, which is just anything that wasn't in the system, it was like, okay, here's our process, now provide it. So yes, there was that opportunity, as everybody was asked that.
Okay, so the information that has been provided to us throughout this whole entire process was generated information that was information put into our systems of our day-to-day operations, where in return you could run reports, you can look at analytical information, and this is what the outcome is. It's the things that we see before us where there are questions pertaining to our internal controls, our internal processes, and the decisions that were made. Okay, and so in looking at this, and looking at the fiduciary responsibility of the board and the oath that we took as board members and those who elected us to sit here, is to govern over and to make sure that we are looking at these things with the information that we should have before us. So that information, from what I see here and what's in question, yeah, when I came to the board and I was appointed, they had some concerns and issues at that point. We've had a couple of superintendents who looked at the issues, raised the concerns, and were moving in that direction. We had a lot of setbacks. Yes, we had the COVID that came in, but under this administration, we have hired, from what I saw and what I'm listening to, experienced, qualified individuals in the positions that they've held. And so from where I sit and looking at is that, yeah, there's some areas where gray areas that need to be addressed, things that we need to be looking at. And yes, I do hear you. I hear the board. I hear the my board trustees. I hear the public. I've heard people who've contacted me, and they've said some positive things in terms of the clarifications and the things that we need. Okay, and so that is still here. The question here is, for me, is that in looking at what the state law, with the Michigan Department of Education, and looking at what's being presented to us by legal, some of those things that have been followed, have not been followed, need to be addressed. You can't overlook that. Yes, there are some positive things about the leadership, quite naturally. Yes, there is. I voted, I went through the interviewing process, and yes, he was the best candidate, and may still be. Okay, my decision and what I'm looking at now and what I'm saying has no impact on anything at this point, but to make sure that it's clear in terms of, you know, we as board members and what I'm looking at, and taking the emotional piece out and looking at the facts and making sure that all these facts that we have in front of us are accurate. Maybe some gray areas, maybe some room for improvements. And even if that is the case, we need to look at that as we begin to have these conversations and deliberate on any actions and moving forward. And that's where I stand. That's where I've stood from the beginning. No one's heard me make a statement about anything pertaining to the superintendent because, you know, the information and facts wasn't there. I'm not an emotional thinker. I'm not an emotional decision maker. I look at things for what it is and make that decision with all the parameters in place. Okay, so that is concise. And so my questions here that I have, there's some new things that came before us today for the first time that we've heard. I've heard, I can't speak for other board members, But I can say this, is that we'll be looking at this with a different set of eyes, more closely, as we decide on what we have to do as a board member, and that's where I stand.
Thank you, Ms. Kennard.
Madam President, we've had Mr. Dixon in place now for 3 months, and we're speaking about plans and where are the plans, and there should be a plan. We've had consultant hired to help us with both developing plans and getting through the audit, getting everything back in place, and yet we don't have that yet. I do think that it is easy to become emotional because, as I stated at the very beginning of this hearing, I could see where it was going even before it was announced that we will be having a termination hearing. It's has not been all based on facts. It's difficult to remain not to have emotions when there are areas that are being omitted and not stated. And I think a great piece of that is evident by the letters from Dr. Sovie, the letters from Ms. Clare, that they were actively working in, that Dr. Edmonson was fully engaged. And there can be things that can be highlighted to distract, because it is not a full picture of what's going on. And again, I'll say, let's get him back in his seat where he should be to help us get to where we need to be.
Madam President,
Yes, Ms. Kennard.
there's one area that I wanted to address, and that's on the terminology of micromanagement. I've heard that a lot throughout this process, and for my years of experience in managing, we only have one person that we manage, and that was the superintendent. We don't manage administration, nor do we have we should not be according to everything that I've read, been through, and went to all of the workshops and so forth, and it's constantly impounded to us, who our focus is, and that is on the superintendent in terms of management. So when we talk about micromanagement, management means that you have the opportunity to evaluate, you have the opportunity to cultivate, motivate, in terms of that person being successful and giving directives. And so therefore, when we say micromanagement or central administration, I don't think we've got one document from them that took up a lot of time, okay, where they had provided to the board or taken any time where it took them away from their day-to-day operation. And if it has been, I'm not aware of that, but overall, when you say micromanagement, that focuses on the fact that you have the ability to supervise, give direction, and evaluate. And so the only person that we have our focus in doing that is the superintendent. So when they say that we were micromanaging central office, I'm kind of like complex in terms of what that means, because we don't have that opportunity of doing that.
I'm sorry, Ms. Terrell, I wanted to interject to your point. When you're talking about omission, these letters that were brought today, Mr. Schindler, they weren't emailed to Mr. Schindler until he was on his way here. So it was Mr. Ramel had just forwarded those to Mr. Schindler at 1:08. So that is why we haven't had time to review them, and I forwarded them. But I do thank Mr. Ramel for showing those on the screen. But yeah, so I just wanted you to know that I did not have those. Those were not available to us.
Not only that, President Piles, the rush to get through all of this And some of those emails were dated as of December 21st, December 23rd, and yet here we're having the meeting today. And addressing what Ms. Kennard just stated, as a board, as a full board, we have the responsibility of governance, of deciding where we want the district to go. The micromanaging piece is not a part, we're not to be managers of the superintendent. We're to be governance over the superintendent. Give him the opportunity to do his job. We went from governance to micromanaging not only the superintendent, but there were board members that were actually micromanaging members of central office. And how do I know that? How is this something that I'm aware of? It has been stated. I wasn't allowed to do my job. I was even in emails, Elena Bond. I'm not allowed to do my job. Board members are doing my job. And so with that being said, I think that micromanaging has caused a lot of confusion, not allowing the experts to be the experts and to work through the process and to be able to present, preventing our superintendent from doing what he knows how to do best. And again, it's been stated that, and that's part of the process of being a superintendent, working with your staff members, working with our administrators, working with our teachers, engaging with our community so that we can all grow. And we have not allowed that to happen, even down to the point of I just say overreaching where we should not be overreaching. And I mean, simply asking questions at the board table to get answers. And we have not been doing that. And I said we. I overall, I think there's a great majority that wants Dr. Edmonson to take on the role because we all voted for him. Our vote for Dr. Edmonson to come on board was a 6-0 vote. And the one person that didn't vote for him, it wasn't, she stated, it wasn't because I didn't have confidence that you could do the job. It was just, I had a concern that you may leave. But to read that letter from Teresa Beard, who was a respected board member, who had been on this board for years, she knew when to leave because she could see it on the wall. She could see the writing on the wall, just like I have said many days, just like Ursula has said many days, just like Mr. Bergeron has said many days. We're not letting him do his job. You're holding him accountable for a pandemic. You're holding him accountable for things that he doesn't have control over. He was out. And when we hired Mr. Dixon. And so I urge you, let's bring him back.
Thank you, Ms. Terrell. Governance of the district is our responsibility. So I guess as individual board members and as a collective group, we need to determine, do we think that financial reports are necessary to effectively govern the district?
We didn't say that. I don't think anyone said that, Debbie. I think when you're talking about micromanaging, if we look at the reason several people resigned, it was stated in their letters because they felt they were being micromanaged to present this report or to do this or to do that, where they could not do their regular job. They were being asked to do things that I guess us as a board member should not be contacting them to do. That's why I say when you go back and you look at the resignation letters, because at one point we talked, like I said, we talked about doing exit interviews with staff. What can we do to keep you, to retain you? No one, with everyone that has transitioned out of central office, and I did a couple exit interviews because a couple staff members sent out emails and said, hey, anyone want to talk to me to find out? I'll talk to you. And a lot of it boiled down to being asked to do things or being challenged and questioned about their job. They went to their expertise. They went to school to be, to be over curriculum. They have the information. They have that training. Those certifications. You have an HR person, and then, okay, now you want to be the HR director. That's why I've said many times, okay, if you want to be superintendent, resign and apply for superintendent job. If I wanted to be the finance person, I would resign and be over finances. That's not my forte, even though I love numbers. That's not my forte of what I want to be. I'm where I'm supposed to be right here to take care of our kids and to make sure our teachers and our staff get the things that they need. The micromanaging where we sometimes don't see it is, oh, hey, can you get me this report? I need this report. It takes away from the regular day-to-day job that they're supposed to be doing. And that's what a lot of people have said as to why they've left. So when you say, we never saw nothing come across the table, you can look at these people when they came to work, how tired they were, putting in the extra time, and not being compensated or just being thought worthless. They felt that they were worthless. And it may not have been your intent, like I've said before. It may not have been your intent, but it's how it came across to where we've lost our entire central office. After recouping it, we've lost that entire central office. We got to think about the end of the day, yeah, we've been messed up for years. Let's get the corrective action plan going. And you set the timelines like any other job. You have 2 months we see this. 120 days, I want to see this. That's what needs to be put in place. And we can move the district forward as a whole. We got community members here, business owners. They voiced their opinions more than one time here. At the end of the day, the kids in this building and the other buildings need stability.
I have a question for Ms. Rommel and Mr. Schindler regarding the competitive bidding. I'm sorry. Regarding the competitive bidding, as far as what items, which items did we go through a vendor that was already government approved versus where did we not, where should we have bid and didn't? Because I'm unclear in that. I know that when the purchase orders were pulled out of SMART, and this is what was presented to us here, is that there were bids that weren't done. We always have to bid on construction. We always need to have like different projects confirmed and know what's going on, and sinking fund especially. So I want to know which of these bids did not have to be bid out because we used a government approved vendor, and also maybe I've misunderstood, because I know that it was brought to the board that when the purchase orders were pulled out of SMART and they were consecutive numbers, if we go through a government approved vendor, why can't we just write one purchase order? Why do we have to break it down into smaller amounts in order to not have to bid? And the question, the reason why Mr. Garland was asked is because when the purchase orders came up and there were no bids, and I know when Dr. Edmondson was still here and we talked about bidding, and he stated to the board, oh, it's because we have a new employee who didn't know, and now I've told him. But Mr. Garland had said, no, we didn't bid these out. So where is the truth in this? That's my question, because now I'm hearing different and conflicting statements.
Okay, so
And sinking fund always needs to be bid out. All construction does.
from the documents that Mr. Ramel provided, from what I can tell, the response is that 2 of the purchases were from government-approved vendors. One is the weight room equipment, and then the other, sorry, I'm just trying to pull up the document now.
Maybe
There's another one from no, the ionizers was not. The assertion there was that it was an emergency and that there were other, no, I'm sorry, that was the plexiglass. That it was an emergency and that there weren't others who could do a bid in time.
Okay.
Though we don't know because it was never put out to bid. There is an emergency process under the statute, but there is a process that must be involved as well for an emergency. It can't just simply be, it's an emergency, we're going to purchase. Now, I didn't do that investigation. I just got the documents here that I'm looking at. So I don't know whether that process was followed for those emergency, for those claimed emergency purchases. But there were 2. No, emergencies, anyhow, there were 2 purchases from what I can tell from what Mr. Ramel provided that is being asserted were from government approved vendors.
I want to say, one really good thing was working with Bill Garland from the direction of Wayne Reason themselves to use tips for quite a few of those purchases is in there. You have my deal, which does have construction on there, okay, and then also tips. Your my deal is your state-appointed vendor there. Ramsey Save is a little more local. My deal
Right.
is state, but tips is a federal program along the same manner. From the direction of Wayne Reason himself, Bill Garland got that from to start using tips on a lot of projects.
Right. So then, Mr. Schindler, my question would be, if we are using, if we use a government-approved vendor, would we need to break it down into smaller purchase orders, or could we go through that vendor and just purchase? Because I know it was mentioned that they were all dated the same day.
Yeah, I don't, so it depends on the purchase you're talking about. The ones on the same day were relative to the carpet in central office. That was not, from what I can tell from what was provided, anything that was from a government-approved vendor. But as far as if it is an approved, government-approved vendor, does it have to be on one invoice or can it be on multiple? There isn't, not that I'm aware of that, I don't know of a rule on that, one versus the other.
Because I do this on a day-to-day basis. Sometimes it's easier to have multiple POs because if there's a shortage and a quantity is not there, they will hold up your entire order in order for you to get it. So I may put 10 on this one and 5 on the other so that I get them all. And the one with 10, I may get, the one with 5 may be on hold. So
Sure.
You do that when there's a large quantity because you don't want your entire order held up because of 3 items being out of stock.
Yeah, and I understand that part, but I guess what I would say is, from a bid standpoint, if that's all done at one time, as one transaction, it would still need to be bid as a whole, even if it's on separate invoices that way. But again, I guess the issue that I would have in terms of what's been provided is, I'm just trying to go over it right now in the chair while you guys are also talking and I'm trying to listen. So I can't sit here and give you a good definitive answer on what's been provided and whether that completely explains everything. I don't know. I'm going to be honest.
So my question to you is, what are you recommending to this board? based on what has been presented to us?
So,
Or are we
Yeah.
in need of, because of the information that we just got earlier, and you haven't had the time to review, so to give this board the legal consultation that we need, that's what my answer, that's what my question
okay,
is.
so. Sorry, I'm processing my thoughts. It's a big question. I'm also nothing there. What I would say is, in order for me, well, two things. Ultimately, the decision is not mine, obviously, right? We do have to think about this process as a whole for a lot of different reasons. One, obviously, is Dr. Edmondson's contract sets forth a basis for how it can be terminated during the term of a contract. That contract states that it can be for reasons that are not arbitrary or capricious. Okay? As far as what is arbitrary or capricious, that standard is not precise, but in essence, it is a well-reasoned basis that is not done with, and I hate to use the definitions or the words within the definition, but is not done arbitrarily or with caprice. But I say that because that's oftentimes what arbitrators and things will say within their definitions. So the question now becomes whether we have the ability right now to evaluate the information we've been provided at this point and make a determination as to whether or not it refutes the charges, or at the very least refutes them to the extent that a majority of the board would determine it would become arbitrary and capricious for discharge. So I guess my concern as I sit here now is a lack of time to go through those documents. Mr. Ramel presented, but I guess when I look at it, just initially, I have questions. For example, the email was presented from Ms. Clare to Yo and Yo. I don't understand how that email came to us and is being used when it's from Ms. Clare's Gmail account and it was after she was here. So I don't know. I'd like to be able to understand some relevance on that. When it comes to these purchase issues, I'm not a finance lawyer. I'm a labor and employment lawyer. I'm a school board lawyer, but I don't deal in public finance. So to look now at the documents that are provided from a report that was done by another law firm and make an evaluation as to whether or not what's been submitted justifies it, I don't know. I also have questions in terms of the fact that what was provided was an email from Mr. Garland to Dr. Edmondson, and it was from September. So I'm curious as to why we're just seeing that now. And I don't know if that wasn't forwarded along to us or what happened there. I don't know. Again, and same thing, when it comes to, for example, the carpeting, as Ms. Wester, or Trustee Wester said, one, the email says it was done in those 7 invoices because that's the way the carpeting company told us to do it. It was in conjunction with them. So maybe that was based upon their availability and how you invoice, but that still wouldn't get around the issue of whether or not it needs to be bid. So those are issues that I think at this point I don't have a clear answer on, and I don't like providing that opinion, but to me that's an issue that I think we need to consider on whether this is something that the board wants to table for another date, whether we want to bring this to a motion now, that's up to the board, but that's under the board's purview, right? The board can determine, hey, we need time to look at this, and we want to review, and we want to table this issue until another meeting, or no, we want to move ahead with the vote and determine from there. That's up to the board. The other point, I guess I was saying, in terms of what we need to think about, well, no, I guess I don't have anything else there. Yes, question?
So we talked about competitive bidding.
Yeah.
We only looked at 2021.
Correct. That, as far as I understand, that's the investigation report.
If we're doing an investigation to find out what the processes are, Mr. Garland's been doing, he's not here right now to defend himself, but I've heard from him, he's been doing this for as long as that's what he was taught to do. So why aren't we looking at things that were done prior to Dr. E coming in? Because it goes back to saying, oh, we're pointing the finger over here, and we're just gonna push this all under Dr. Edmonson. But we all know, we've said it over and over again, there's been issues there in that department for years. Why don't we go back, when you do an investigation, I'm gonna take this and I'm going back here. I'm doing a broader look. I may not do 5 or 10 years, but I'm gonna do the past 2 to 3 so I can see what was going on. Because I do remember Dr. Edmondson saying, once Miss Angela Rudolph resigned, that when Bill Garland came to him with something, we have to do the bidding. Well, this is what I was taught. No, this is how we move forward. And he told him what the proper process was. So there's a lot that he's getting blamed for here. And like you're saying, we all just got this information. There's other information that needs to be brought forward, and people should have been interviewed doing this investigation. No one's been interviewed. They've been looking at what's in my star. They've been looking at what's over, that's not, anybody can go in and manipulate numbers in a system. I'm not saying that's what, I'm just, you can laugh all you want. It's realistic. Things can be done. Why are we not interviewing people and not just taking what's on a piece of paper?
So I guess my response, again, I didn't do the investigation. My response would be 2 points. One is, and I think Mr. Gierek said this when he was here last week, that his point is, an interview isn't necessary to determine whether or not a bidding violation occurred. Now, to your point, the question that the board would have to determine is, without that interview, are you able to hold the superintendent accountable for that? In the end, if it's clear that board policy and law has been violated, what the question the board needs to determine is, do you as a board believe that is a proper grounds for termination?
Section 5001 of our board bylaws, in it says we are, as board members, to ensure proper functions are being administered. That's all I have to say. Under what was presented, not the full facts. Okay, so you want to address that?
Right. So, and the board, in our board packets, when we had an action item for a purchase, we used to have the bids and that information included. And then it hasn't been, but now that we found ourselves in this situation, that is something that the board is now requiring when we make decisions. Because, yeah, we're told trust the experts, and we trust and we assume, but now here we are. And as far as the sinking fund goes, sinking fund, that has to be bid out. And so the 300 and whatever
It's 90, I believe.
thousand, 310,000, whatever it was, $300,000 from sinking fund that wasn't bid out, we now have to move that from general fund and put it back in sinking fund, because that is a major violation. We receive $3 million a year for 10 years from sinking fund. We cannot risk losing this. This isn't about, oh, gotcha. This is about, it is the job of the Board of Education to safeguard the assets of the district. And if we know $3 million worth of sinking fund projects were not bid out, and we don't take it from general fund and put it back, then we are culpable. And so, when it's the job of the board to govern, finance reports and understanding is a big part of that, to ensure proper functioning of the district. Where do we stand on financial accountability? I mean, it's one thing, everybody says, oh, the superintendent, he came in, he identified it as early as August and September. Oh, he said, what are you going to do? Here's the concerns, but what is the board going to do about it? And the focus is accountability and safeguarding the district, but now, why don't we just pick a stance and apply it and use that, let it be the law and board policy?
Okay.
Because here we are now with the Attorney General coming in and the U.S. Department of Education, and right now, we didn't know stuff was happening. But now we know. Where does this Board of Education stand? Because they can see the emails, they can see the timeline where the superintendent is identifying things in October in email. It's embarrassing to be cited year after year without any correction. October of 2020, and here we are in December of 21. It's still embarrassing to have the same findings not only without any correction, but no plan to correct, no sense of urgency, in spite of two experts, Mr. Sovie and an auditor, saying your district isn't sustainable. Not because you don't have enough money, not because you don't have great people. Your district isn't sustainable because of your business practices, but there's still time. Mr. Sovie told us that on January 5th. There's still time, but it's time sensitive. There have been changes in the law that are making it difficult for districts to comply if you don't know them. I have an ethical obligation to communicate that to you. You can avoid inevitable disaster. We had the warning, we had the plan. We had recommendations. Where did we go from there? As a board, we didn't even know how bad it was. Now we do. So what do we do now that we know? Do we say, come back and, let's get a plan? Okay, so then.
As a board, we did know.
Okay, so hang on a minute. So if we say, come back and let's get a plan, we had a corrective action plan for 14 findings, and nothing was done on them. For 14 months, we've had that. So now if we're going to do a plan, how do we get a plan when we've got great recommendations that we don't take because we're busy with other things? What are we doing? What are we busy with that we can ignore the financial collapse of a district? We don't know where we stand because we can't get a finance report.
Well, I do remember Mr. Sovie also saying that it was pivotal that we get that millage passed, because if we did not, we were going to be in trouble.
Yes.
And Dr. Edmonson almost single-handedly, got out there and did what was necessary in order to get that millage passed. So it's not like it's almost as if you're saying that these are things that have been ignored. When I said that the board was aware, when it was presented to us prior to Dr. Edmonson coming on board, that it was amazing that and this was in 2019, that a presentation was made how the district is able to keep moving forward with not having those years of reconciliation taken care of. And I personally asked, is additional help needed? We did not hold our finance director accountable. We did not. We allowed it to go forward and did not speak to, this is something that needs to be addressed. At the time, I was new to the board. I knew that it was important and I asked these questions, but my whole point is this should not be placed, the whole process is not Dr. Edmondson's doing, and we have to be responsible and understand that. Let him come back so we can fix it. Let him come back so that we can fix it. He can fix it.
I'm sorry, did you have something? Yeah, I lost what I was gonna say, let me think. No. Oh, one thing I do want to address, because I know I'm sorry. You don't have to stay and listen. I mean, but we have to have this discussion. As we review the documents that were sent to us to review from Nick, again, there's Miss Clare was provided an email, a correspondence that she had between herself and Yo. But again, that didn't take place until November, when she was no longer working for the district. The other thing is, it was stated that Miss Clare's resignation, that the superintendent made the board president aware, and I immediately responded, well, I think we should get somebody right now. That is untrue. So even the information we're provided is not even true. I found out when the superintendent emailed the entire board at the same time. And without asking any questions, he forwarded the resignation and said, I have no plans. That wasn't me micromanaging. That wasn't in response to me. I was learning at the same time all of you were. So that is a misrepresentation. That is a misrepresentation. We have, and as far as COVID, yes, we're in a pandemic, but guess what? So is every other school district. And you know what? And somehow their finances aren't falling apart because they're handling a pandemic. And you know what? Part of the pandemic...
It existed prior to...
Wait, let me finish, please. Part of the pandemic is grant funding. And there is a level of accountability for that. And we found out in open meeting all together that now the budgets that were submitted for COVID grants don't match the actual expenditures on them. So we knew, because we heard in open meeting, we had to submit a plan. Here's how we're going to spend the money. And then after we spent the money, we have to submit the receipts. And now we're learning that, oh, MDE is going to be all over us because we didn't follow what we submitted. We spent it on other things, and now it doesn't align. Every district has to do that, not just Romulus. And we were back in school. We came back in school in March. In April, we got an email from the superintendent. No later than the last meeting in June, the fiscal end of the year, must the Board of Education approve our 21-22 budget based on staffing, student enrollment, new contracts, grants, and state and federal monies. We will present a succinct budget to our board for adoption. There is a process here likewise. We have a finance department collaborating with all other departments. We then will present this budget to the board subcommittee on finance, who will review it. They will send it back to our administration for any concerns and/or approval. Once corrected, we then go to the full board for adoption. Well, we know that budget that we got, there is nothing succinct in that. We're off in so many areas by millions of dollars. And then then Jumana on August 25th, Jemana was concerned with the building principals coming back and wondering what their budgets are. Since the Board of Education, since the board 2021 amended budget and the 21-22 adopted budget have not been entered into the system, the budget data in the system doesn't match the adopted budgets. So we hear, not a plan, but we hear a trailer of here's what we're doing and here's the process, here's the detailed process. But in actuality, there's nothing. There's nothing. And step out of who it is. Where does the Board of Education stand in its governance role? And making sure that we, because we're accountable. When we get that audit, it's not going to be made to Mr. Schindler. It's not going to be made to Mr. Edmonson. It's not going to be made to anybody here. The management letter is going to state, Dear Board of Education. And for us to have document, and I don't know why board members say that not everyone's informed, because all of these documents are in everyone's email. So not reading them or choosing to ignore them, when a team comes in and looks at this, and it is verifiable that we all had the information, where do we stand on that? Ms. Chairman, or Mr. Terrell, did you have something? Somebody started to talk. All right. Recess for bathroom break.
I make a motion that we table this until
What?
January 10th.
I was actually going to make a motion to recess for bathrooms so we can come back to this.
I made that motion.
Is there support?
Support.
Was that Terrell?
Yes. Yes, that was Mr. L.
Do we need the motion to amend the agenda?
No, because you're tabling the current motion
Okay.
that's on the
All right, I
floor.
just want to make sure. Okay. Roll call.
Terrell? This is a vote to table the motion. Terrell?
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Wait,
real quick,
just
just
one
make,
moment.
I think, make sure it's clear. I think she said it was tabled till January 10th. Is that? the
January 10th, 2022.
Oh, okay. Terrell?
Yes.
Kennard?
No.
German?
No.
Lester?
Yes.
Bergeron is absent. Evans, no. Piles?
No. Motion to recess for 5 minutes. Or you can take over. I need to use that. Okay, motion to recess. Is there support? Support. Madam Secretary?
Lester?
No.
Kennard? Yes. Evans, yes. German?
Yes.
Terrell?
No.
Piles?
Yes.
Recess.
Motion carries. We are in recess at 6:04, and this will be brief. motion. Is there support?
Support.
Moved by Pyle, supported by Evans. Madam Secretary, will you please call the vote?
Wester,
Yes.
Kennard,
Yes.
Evans, yes. German,
Yes.
Terrell,
Yes.
Piles.
Yes. We are back in open session at 6:20 PM.
Madam President, I do have something that I would like to state.
Okay, go ahead. I want to ask Mr. Brunel something.
So I just have a comment. Without the bids, the finance department is still in a train wreck and running blind, okay? Basic requests from the table are the normal reports that all boards in areas around us are provided at normal board meetings. Furthermore, central office state was instructed not to speak with the board. So if that were the case, how could they be driven to not provide, to being micromanaged? That's all I can say.
Thank you. Mr. Rommel, are you still with us?
I am, yes.
Hi, yes, I have a question. The documents that have been provided to the board now, and we're trying to review while in this meeting, can you tell us why those were provided just today, less than an hour before the meeting?
Well, you just set this meeting on Monday. And I have been spending the entire Christmas holiday season preparing for this meeting, and I didn't personally finish compiling those documents until about an hour before the meeting. In fact, we were still receiving letters today. This has been, as I told you at the beginning, I've been reading thousands of pages to prepare for this. This is not how I wanted to spend my holiday. We respectfully asked you to adjourn this meeting to a time when Dr. Edmonson could be present and we could do a more thorough job of preparing and getting you things in advance. The board seemed to want to rush to judgment. Respectfully, President Piles, I don't understand why you couldn't just extend Mr. McNatt's contract another 10 days and adjourn this.
Thank you, Mr. Rommel, and that's why I wanted to ask and give you the opportunity to state for all board members and everyone present the timing of receiving these documents. And I know that board members have been attempting to review. And and you did spend your holiday doing this, and I've read some, but I want to personally read them all too. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so we can adjourn for up to 36 hours and have the same meeting. So then we're looking at the holiday weekend. So what we can do is if board members would, and everybody will have an opportunity to address the board during public comment. But if each board member would like the opportunity to read through every document that was provided to us before voting, I move that we adjourn this meeting and reconvene tomorrow. My rationale is this. The only new information we have was provided today. And board members should be able to review that. If somebody would like to make a superseding motion or amend the motion, feel free. I'm just being mindful of the holiday season. if people are more comfortable with 2 days, but I am not comfortable. I mean, I know the information we have, and Mr. Schindler, thank you. Thank you for presenting facts, and we have backup information. However, I would feel better having the opportunity to read what Mr. Ramel, who's swearing? So,
I'd like,
and I guess if there's support, we can discuss this, and then if the time frame needs to be amended, we can address that during discussion. So, for the purposes of discussion, is there support to adjourn and reconvene tomorrow?
Support, Kennard.
The floor is open for discussion.
if we're gonna reconvene and you're saying to be, in light of the holiday season, if we don't wanna go to the 10th, we can do it on the 3rd, next Monday. Because it is the holiday season where people are trying to spend time with their families. You have people that have family in town and people trying to go and do things. People are, right. And jobs. You got Miss Terrell that had to call in from work, doing work time.
Noted. I'm sorry, Ms. Go ahead, Ms. Vice President Kennard.
No, what I was going to say is that if we were to have the meeting tomorrow, I would have to be virtual because I am working, and I would have to be,
Right.
I will be from work. Now, if we do until the 3rd, then I could probably I got a little leeway to make some arrangements, all right? But definitely before the 10th, we should move forward with this.
And obviously, we've had our opportunity to ask questions of legal. We have all information except reviewing this. So obviously, we wouldn't have legal. We would just be we've had the opportunity to ask our questions of both sides. It would be an opportunity to read the documentation. Ms. Terrell or Ms. German, do you have any position on this for discussion?
I think it's been rushed all along, and I did ask of the last board member at the last board meeting that if we could allow additional time, because it is like all of a sudden, just out of any, just without consideration of anything, and the fact that the superintendent wasn't even allowed to attend. I asked, and so to me, saying tomorrow. I have spent good money. I think that we should, if nothing else, allow into after the new year. Extended superintendents, interim superintendents, contract for a few days. Let's vote for that. And then look at what we have. Allow some time to really consider what's been presented. Well, why is there a rush?
In answer to your question, there has been, an outcry from both sides to move forward, to make a decision, to bring him back. And we can see that, we have information and we have an opportunity to make a decision, but again, that's not my decision. We are considering those views from board members now during discussion. Ms. Evans and Ms. German, you haven't spoken yet. Do either of you? Oh, I'm sorry. Want to contribute, Ms. German?
I'm actually open this week, but I do not feel comfortable with making a decision today.
I'm not. I'm sorry. Oh, yes.
Thank you. And if I may, President Piles, I don't want to complicate things, but what we put together today was the best we could do on very short notice over the Christmas holiday. If you were going to ask more time, I might want to check, again, remember Dr. Edmondson's not in Michigan. I might want to check with him and see if there's anything else that we might want to submit if we did, I would do my best to get that to you by tomorrow. I would get it to Mr. Schindler. But, again, I don't want to leave the board with the impression that what we submitted today was the extent of our entire defense. I just put together, I thought, the most critical documents on short notice. So I just wanted to put that out there for consideration as well.
Thank you. Okay, so there is,
Madam President, would
Yes.
that also be consideration for our attorney as well?
absolutely.
All right, we
And
need to.
that's why, I'm hoping that all board members have asked their questions of legal. We have new documents to review. And I believe that since it was provided to us today, that we should review that. So there is a motion. Yes, Mr. Schindler.
If I may. If to Mr. Ramel's point, if the meeting is reconvened, or it's delayed, however it's done, and the other side would like to present potentially more things, I would like to be here to be able to address it. I can tell you that I'm going to leave directly from this meeting and drive to Indianapolis, and so I could join tomorrow potentially by Zoom, depending on when they have it, but I cannot be here in person.
Right, thank you. So there is a motion on the floor. I don't know if Ms. Terrell and Ms. German, if you heard that. Mr. Schindler said that he will be, if we reconvene tomorrow, he will, if we recess until tomorrow, he will be available via Zoom, but he is not available next Monday. So the motion on the floor is to table this decision until tomorrow, so that board members can read the documentation that was sent today that we have not had time to review.
What time tomorrow?
Board can decide that. Well, you know what, I guess we can do 6 p.m. since, there was, when we do morning, or when we do evening, people say that they don't want to do that in the evening. We did morning, and so to be fair. Okay, so right.
Rio asked for us to be able to table this because last week with us voting on this on the 20th gave them a week to get their stuff together. It's the holiday time, and you want to question when he got the documentation, when we got it in.
I did not ask him that. I asked him.
You
I
asked him
did not ask
why
him
we
when
did
he
not
got
get it until today.
Right, because that has come up, that we just got it today, and we haven't had time to, so I wanted to let Mr. Ramel say why, which he did. I didn't ask when he got it. I didn't ask any of that.
You asked why we didn't
Yes,
get it
so
till
that
an
he could
hour
state it.
before.
So that is where we are. And the charges, both sides got the charges when we got the charges. So, but yeah, anyway, there's a motion on the floor. We can, yes.
Madam President, please. Now, tomorrow, because it's already been indicated that there's still additional information coming in. So tomorrow we meet and there's more information that is relevant and needs to be presented. Are we going to have to come back again?
No.
I'm not understanding.
No,
why are we?
Ms. Terrell, what I've proposed is because the Board of Education received documents that were referred to in this meeting, and we received them after the start of the meeting, that we allow board members time to review that.
And Mr. Romel was saying that since we were postponing this, that he would possibly reach out to Dr. Edmonson to see if there was something else that needed to presented, which he would get to us tomorrow. So the question is, it may be some more new information that comes up that needs to be reviewed.
Well, I guess my question would be, if any additional information is after what we are meeting on today, is that permissible? We are asking for, to recess to review the documents that we should have today.
Right.
So then it goes back to, should we be accepting any additional documentation? Because that's not what we're meeting for. Okay, so legal, is asking the board, we're asking for an extension, recess to review documents that is needed that we do not have today.
Right. So I want to remind the board that all we are considering, all we are considering today is the charges that were provided to the board and Dr. Edmonson and Mr. Ramel. And we have information that is in board emails and that we've had, and then Mr. Ramel has been responding to those. So we're not going down rabbit holes and bringing up other stuff, if that answers your question. We have documents that were provided relevant to this. So, and the board is only looking at these charges, nothing else. Mr. Ramel.
Just briefly.
Hand is raised.
Mr. Ramel.
Just briefly. I don't intend to overwhelm anybody with a whole lot more documentation. There were just a couple of documents that I think I even referred to them today that I realized weren't in the Dropbox link. I thought I had provided them. I'll just try to get them to you tonight. And it's up to the board if they want to consider them or not, but I will submit them. I think there's just a couple of documents.
Thank you for that, Mr. Ramel. And it is already going on 7 p.m. So I would like to amend the motion. I mean, thank you that you'd get them, but I'd like to amend the motion that we meet Wednesday instead of tomorrow. That way, Mr. Ramel can get us those documents and not rush, necessarily tonight. And that gives board members, in spite of other obligations, we could come back on Wednesday and do this. So I amend the motion to reconvene on Wednesday for this matter only.
Support.
Board members, pull out your calendars.
If I may, on that point, I suppose as Ms. Piles, you said that you can adjourn for 36 hours. If it wouldn't be an adjournment then at that point, because we'd be beyond the 36-hour mark. So we would have to post for a new meeting.
For when? Oh.
For Wednesday.
That's right.
Unless you did it at 6 o'clock in the morning
No.
on Wednesday. That'd be the only way to keep within the 36-hour time window. By my math, I'm no mathematician.
Thank you,
but,
yes. Okay, so yeah, and we will finish up this meeting. Are you able to join on Wednesday for Zoom?
I'm sorry, are you asking me?
Both of you. Yes, Mr. Ramel, you also. I was asking Mr. Schindler, but yes.
At noon on Wednesday?
We
I'm
didn't set
picking
a
my
time.
daughter up.
We were looking at evening, I believe.
Ms. Ganem may be able to do it. I can check with her. She's my associate on the file. She wasn't available tonight, but I
Okay.
assume at that point you'll just have some
Right,
questions.
so you're requesting, you're not requesting 6 a.m. morning, are you? When you said morning? You go to sleep. What, so somebody suggest a time. 2 or you want to do noon? At 2 or at noon? 2 or noon? Okay, so,
I need to make sure, you got Ms. Terrell as well. We're asking Ms. Kennard, But you got Ms. Terrell as well that had to.
Because Ms. Kennard had said earlier, so since she had started that conversation, I asked her.
I
And then once
understand.
I amend the motion, then we can,
I understand.
nobody is offering anything. So I'm amending the motion to say that we come back on Wednesday at noon to make a decision on this. It should not be a long meeting. It will have all information, and this will be the only item we come back for. What can you do? What time?
Well, I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt.
No,
I'm
you
just,
need to interrupt.
I'm a little confused just from the sense of, we just said this is the only thing we're gonna discuss on Wednesday, but then are we adjourning this or are we tabling it? Because if there's other things on the agenda tonight still.
No, we will table this and finish our agenda.
Okay,
With,
so then
with,
let's,
with
I
the
just wanna make
contract
sure we're
and public,
precise
and
with our
public
terms
comments,
then.
yes, yes.
That's all, I wanna,
Just tabling this, because the public has come out and we're going to hear from them. Let me check my calendar first. So Ms. Kennard, you
Ms.
ready?
Terrell, do you have a time that's good for you?
I
on
am
Wednesday?
I'm working until Wednesday. I'm actually working and juggling, with interacting with family I haven't seen in a couple years. I'm actually supposed to be somewhere right now. 12 noon, is it convenient? Or even, I'll have to put something off. But I am, like I said, I think that this is being rushed. It is the holiday. And people may have information to provide that they're not able to. And I don't think that that's being considered. It's not. So I have to ask people on my job to rearrange their lunch schedule so that I can attend a meeting again tomorrow, on Wednesday.
And everybody goes back to work and, no, he said he's not,
But this is important. It is important. This is our district.
so, no. And I have pushing this into the new year. No, I know you do. So, the motion is to table this until Wednesday at noon.
Support.
Moved by Piles, supported by Kennard. Madam Secretary.
Wester,
No.
Kennard,
Yes.
Evans, yes. German,
Yes.
Terrell,
No.
Piles,
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron is absent.
So, motion.
Wednesday at noon.
By the way, he said he did not say he wasn't available Monday.
German voted yes. So, next on the agenda, oh, I thought you said he's not available Monday. Well,
Madam President, let's get some clarification from our legal. Are you stating you are not available on Monday, the 3rd?
I was never asked about Monday.
you're available tomorrow, but
I was asked about Wednesday or about tomorrow, and like I said, I'm leaving here to go in my car from here to drive to Indianapolis to be with family, and I can join from Zoom from down there over the next couple of days.
But
That's
on
why I
Monday,
said Monday the
you
3rd.
are available, will you be available on Monday present? or
In person?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I would like to rescind the motion that was made to amend
well, you
it.
can do a new motion.
A new motion that we have, we table the meeting till Monday, which is
January
January
3rd,
3rd,
2022.
22,
At 6
12
p.m.
noon.
No, ain't no 12 noon.
No 12 noon.
At 6. That's the first day back at
Okay,
work.
6. We're back-
Yes.
Okay, 6.
Wait, I think, would we have to rescind the previous motion first and then make a new motion, I believe?
So she needs to rescind.
Okay. Yeah.
I think actually Mr. Reynolds is probably better parliamentarian than I am.
Right, so we do it 6 p.m. Turn your mic on.
Are we able to discuss Monday before I rescind the motion, or do I need to rescind it and have a new motion in order to discuss this? Because what I don't want is if Monday's not working, to have to come back and then make that same motion again. That was my question.
I am not a Robert's Rules expert on all of this. I'm going to be honest with you.
I need to check my
The
calendar for
discussion
Monday.
would be relative to the motion that's on the floor. So if the motion that's on the floor is to rescind, then any discussion would be relative to whether or not to rescind the motion. And then there would be a new motion to table for a different date.
Okay,
That's the way I believe
Okay.
it should be done, as far as the procedure.
right, okay. So I move to rescind the motion to have a special meeting Wednesday at noon. Is there support?
Support, Kennard.
The floor is now open for discussion.
We need to make sure
Go ahead.
that all of the board trustees are available first.
Right, and that's what we're trying to, so on Monday, I guess it depends on what time. I have appointments scattered throughout the day, so, I can join virtually. Oh, no, I can't. So, no.
It's gotta be in the evening.
It would have to be in person. I have appointments scattered, so, but we'll see. Is everybody else available Monday, or is there a conflict for anyone else?
Madam President, is the motion for Monday at 12?
No,
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's for Monday, and then we would come up with a time. Ms. Evans, for those who can't hear, Ms. Evans just stated that she is not in town on Monday. And we can no longer do
Yeah,
it
I won't be
virtually.
available Monday the 3rd.
You said you will, or you will not?
I will not be.
how
Okay,
about Tuesday the 4th?
so, are you up, we, Sally? Okay, so, okay, let's just, but Mr. Ramel should know that. Well, we don't have the other date, so, I mean, here's what we can do. Let's vote on this motion, and then the prevailing vote stands, and then I can pull the board, and if we need to reschedule, we can do that, rather than go back and forth like this. Is that agreeable? Okay, so, Madam Secretary, if you please call the roll. What the motion on the floor is to have this special meeting Monday, January 3rd, at 6. I'm sorry, to rescind. I am so sorry, to rescind my motion.
All right, this vote is for the motion to have a special meeting on Wednesday, to rescind that
To
motion.
rescind that motion.
So the vote is Wester. Terrell.
Yes.
German.
No,
Kennard.
No.
Piles.
No.
Evans, no.
Okay, So, motion failed. We are scheduled to have a special meeting
Tomorrow,
Wednesday
Wednesday.
at noon. And I will call board members individually and poll, so please have availability in the event that, yeah, that's what it is. But if somebody has a concern or a conflict, let me know. We need to post this with 18 hours, so. The next item on the agenda, I've lost my agenda. I move that the Board of Education extend the contract for interim superintendent Sean McNatt until our next regular meeting on January 10th with the same terms as the current contract. Is there support?
Support, Kennard.
Moved by Pyle, supported by Kennard. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary?
Terrell,
No.
German,
Yes.
Kennard,
Yes.
Evans, yes, Wester,
No.
Piles,
Yes. Motion carries. The interim superintendent, Sean McNatt, his contract will be extended through our next regular meeting on January 10th. And the rationale for that is we are required by law to have a superintendent or interim superintendent here. Next on the agenda is public comments. Everybody who would like to speak will have that opportunity. Please remember to direct your comments to the board and not to individuals or to the audience. And please be mindful of the 3-minute time limit.
Also, the addresses on these forms should be your home address, not where you work. Thank you. Tony Heinberger. Heinberger.
Good evening, Tony Heimberger.
Your microphone.
This meeting tonight has been very different, and I think there needs to be some changes made, but that's neither here nor there. Dr. Edmonson came to this district with high hopes, but yet we have not had any clear path for this district yet. Instead, we have lost some monthly state aid. The district is in trouble. Enough is enough. The taxpayers paid for the carpeting at the district office. But yet, wait, with no bid. We had the police station recarpeted for less, and that's a bigger building, and paid less. The taxpayers for the city. I guess that's okay. We have money to burn. As far as new furniture, did we really need to do furniture for his office to the tune of $15,000? This is all taxpayer money, most of this. This is ridiculous. In the last year and a half, there should have been a plan to get the stuff going. We are one of the highest taxed school districts in the state of Michigan. And yet, you know, Dr. Edmondson's all happy that he came in here, got some more money from us. Unacceptable. Unless our schools are going to do a whole lot better, taxes need to come down in our town. As far as Dr. Edmondson not knowing about the leave of absence, I'm sorry. Let me just ask Ms. Terrell,
When there was a warrant for your arrest in 2018, were you informed of that beforehand? Doesn't need Kavov's comment. The citizens should be more concerned about the $57 million in bonds that are out with the school district. That is on the taxpayers. Did we all know that we have $57 million in bonds out? We need to be worried about that and getting that down. Unfortunately, I saw a board member at an event. She was bartending. I asked her about the $57 million, and she acted as though she did not know a thing about it. That's our school board, and we are in some major trouble. Things have to change now.
Gerard Wells.
Hello, my name is Gerard Wells, and I'm a senior at Romulus High School. I currently serve as the student body president at RHS. With that being said, it is my duty to speak about this despicable matter on behalf of the students, not just at RHS, but everywhere in this district. What you guys are doing to this district is terrible. Dr. Edmonson should not be held responsible for financial issues that have been going on for over 5 years. He wasn't even here 2 years ago. Dr. E actually cared about the students and their needs, as well as the teachers. Why must you take someone like that away from us? He wanted to help this district get back on its feet. Instead, he gets terminated, and we all watch this district fall down and beg for mercy. On September 19th, 2020, he sent us, my class, and all the other classes at RHS, an email introducing himself to us. He stated what he does for fun, what he envisions for the district, how many children he has, and above all, he said that he cared for us. These are his words. I want you to know that you can email me at any time. He went on saying, if no adults within the building has time to listen to you, just email me, and I will give you my personal cell whenever you need a listening ear. He says so much more than that in that lengthy email, but even the statements that I've just read to you shows that he cares about the students, unlike some of the board members that sit here today. What are we going to continue to do? Cycle through superintendents like it's nothing? How can parents trust a district that shows through their actions that they don't care about its students, its faculty, its community? And how can we expect students to thrive with all this madness going on? In conclusion, Dr. E would never do anything detrimental to this district. He cares. I need you to care. I need you to listen to us. We need our security back in our schools. We need funding and support for the arts. We need our student population and pride to increase. We need more teachers to be hired, and we need our superintendent back. Thank you.
Tanya Gregory.
Tanya Gregory, Romulus resident. At first, Ms. Kennard, you had asked if Dr. Edmonson was contacted about the findings and if he was able to supply any information, and the comment was yes. I do want to mention that his lawyer did say that the only request that was made was for credit card receipts. That was the only request made for Dr. Edmonson, that per his lawyer. I am so thankful that Dr. Edmonson has finally had a voice at one of these meetings, because he has not had one. I do feel that if anyone had bothered to ask questions directly to him or the staff at central office, we probably would have had a lot of these answers months ago. I am going to ask that this board listen to the stakeholders, teachers, students, and all of the other employees that have requested that Dr. Edmonson return. If the 4 vote against this, what this community has repeatedly begged for, this will just prove that you're working towards your own personal agenda and not what this community asks for and needs. But I will leave with this. If this termination is approved, I do have faith that Dr. Edmondson will be back in Romulus. The real question is, who will still be on this board when he returns?
Rita Hampton.
That's what I was thinking too. I don't want to talk about anything. We know what we got to do, and let's do it. Because, see, you keep talking about finance, we'll go down. Those districts went down because of the leadership. Right. They went down because of their board. Because the board started hiring people who had questionable work history. So when you start hiring people for less, and Dr. Ben took this job for less to do what he had a vision of what he wanted to do. This is a case where Dr. Ben is a man that don't carry purses or coats. He is a man that does what he says. You can't boss him around. And so that's why he's gone. And that's why he's got to get gone, because he doesn't follow directions. The word on the street is he needed to be disciplined. He was insubordinate and he had to have a little spanking. I'm questioning that. But right now, you know what we got to do. The problem is the board don't believe in the citizens of Romulus. Don't think you're very bright. Listen to who they hire. Listen, Mr. McNabb, we had a doctor, we got Mr. McNabb, who hires thugs to come in here armed. That's what he thinks about the people of Romulus. Romulus people are not like that. There's no necessary reason for it. But they did. So watch the action. We know what we're going to do. Watch them, what they do. Listen to what they say. Read between the lines, as I used to tell my students. Read between the lines and watch their actions. Watch who they hire for the Romulus citizens, if they cared so much for the children. They're always in somebody's mind, but it never comes forth in these meetings. Thank you.
Joseph Hester. Kylene Zoltowski.
Going back to Rita and her vocabulary, my word this week is trust. Trust is a feeling. It's something we build with each other and others to help build with us. So it's something that has to be collaborated. It is a foundation necessary to build on or move forward. Without it, nothing will survive. It will crumble. So if we continue to make the decisions that we are making and not listen to the people here, that foundation will never be solid. It is something that is essential in all aspects of life. My concern is that you don't see trust here at RCS, but the trust I don't see is not within staff members and their administrators, it's not with staff and students. What I see is that you as elected officials do not trust, or we should not be trusting you when we elected you, to do what is right for our students. You're supposed to speak for all, and I don't think that you have everybody's voice in mind, just your own. And when there isn't trust, that is when the foundation is broken and backstabbing, paranoia, and insecurities take place. It has caused you to only focus on small bits of information that you've twisted to fit into your puzzle. You aren't being transparent, and you're painting a very abstract picture that only some of you must have the right glasses to see. The rest of us are just confused at what you're really looking at. If in fact, these financial problems are the exact thing, why isn't he here? Why is Dr. Edmonson not with us? He did not create these. In fact, I really believe, and I believe that some of you believe that he wasn't doing what he was trying to do. But the evidence is here. There's no evidence pointing, no smoking gun, that he's the reason why we're in this financial situation. When people don't trust each other, they're less likely to collaborate. And that is exactly what we need. We need a collaboration between community, staff, students. Everyone has to be on board. It cannot be only 4 voices that are heard. I often feel like you listen, but you don't hear us because you already have your mindset on what you want to do. And that saddens me because what are we showing our kids? That they can talk and tell us what they want to say, but we're not going to hear them. If I behaved as a teacher the way that some of you behave when people are up here speaking, my students would hate me and they wouldn't want to learn from me. They want you to listen, to feel validated. Please do that.
John Wester.
All right, so I'm John Wester. I live at 61504 4th Street. And I've been with an employee of my company for over 30 years. I've seen a lot of disciplinary hearings and a lot of fact findings, and I've got to admit I've never seen something as atrocious as this. When your leader spends over an hour defending themselves, you probably don't have all your ducks in a row, and you're more than likely going to end up with a big problem. On the occasions that I've seen where we rush to judgment, we end up spending a great deal of money recovering from that. I'm telling you right now, you're setting yourself up. Your legal counsel was hemming and hawing. He did you a disservice tonight, and he's probably been doing you a disservice for a while now, because mine would have told you guys not to go this way. Would have told you that you're just walking down a very bad path that's going to lead you to destruction. I understand that at least 4 of you are being sued personally. I doubt very seriously if you have the type of insurance that's going to cover and keep you from losing your house or your little red wagon. In the discussion.
Peyton Thomas.
I'm Peyton Thomas. I'm a current student at RHS, but not that it matters because it's very clear that what the students say is in one ear and out the other. Thank you for proving that to me. It will be applied in the real world. I'm an early college student, and I would just like to say that when we are given 5-minute breaks, we get our phone taken when we exceed that time limit, because it's time to talk and it's time to learn. Some of you, I don't think, have learned that. I would also like to say that with all of your superintendent business going on, I care about him and I would like him back because he cares about me. I can't say that you guys feel the same. Being with that, thank you for focusing all on that I no longer am in an AP English class and it is a regular English class. So I don't have an AP class. Thank you for making me an embarrassment when I go to my games. I got told that we were just on the news. Shamefully, I said yes, I was, being the school, not actually me. As you guys know, it's really shameful to be on the news all the time for something that is uncontrollable, but in this case, it actually is controllable. You guys can fix things, and I believed in it. Until recently, when you guys are voting to terminate the only good thing Romulus had going for them. Finally, I would like to say, if you cared about the students, please make the right decision, not about your personal lives, because I don't care about your personal lives, and you don't care about mine. Please, let's make it business only. I don't care about what you feel. Please bring him back. Thank you.
Darcel Davis.
Hi, my name is Darcel Davis, and I graduated last year from Romulus High School as the class of 2021 valedictorian, and I am a current student at Wayne State University. For those of you that have not read the public comment form, there is a bullet point that says speakers should observe the rules of common courtesy. Personal attacks on board members and district employees will not be tolerated. Board members and district employees may request the board entertain complaints against them in closed session. Now, I know that this board likes to follow rules sometimes, but when you follow rules, why don't you follow all of them? Now, I sent an email with a letter to this board on Christmas Day, and I would like to bring up some really major points that I made in here. One of it has to do with the security guards you hired for the board meetings. You have 3 or 4 security guards at every meetings, and Romulus Police. I was a student here. I didn't even get that kind of security. Where's the security for your high school? We don't need it for a board meeting. And then reading through some of the documentation I was sent by President Piles, I saw a resignation letter from Ms. Jewel Clare, and she said, "It has been increasingly difficult to get all the work done that this job requires and keep up with the many requests for data from board members and attend the board meetings," as well as mentioning that the staff is now disenchanted when their contracts have not been approved twice in front of the board. Then there was a resignation of Mr. Steve Baker Jr., quoted on WDIV Local 4 saying, "The final straw for me is my coworkers and I being asked to pull credit card statements and documents for this board's consultant to review instead of assisting us with the audit that is currently ongoing." Now, in my opinion, I see this as the board overworking these employees, not providing assistance, and to me, it's clear that they needed the assistance, but instead you lowered their morale, you piled more work on top of them, and on top of that, they're working in a dysfunctional system. How can you do that? You can't. And then all the resignation letters I've seen has pointed to this board as being the reason that they left. I've sat here 5 hours through this meeting on this hearing on termination of Dr. Edmonson. And all I keep hearing is, "Oh, it's his fault that we're in here. Oh, why aren't these bids actually bid out?" Well, why don't you do your job and oversee everything? You're supposed to work on the finances. Why don't you do it?
Megan Maxwell. Jessica Race.
Hi, Jessica Race, Romulus High School and REA representative. I just want to start by just addressing the fact that we're doing this over Christmas break right now. Nobody said anything about it, but we do have teachers and staff leaving in droves. And let me tell you, this is the week that we're supposed to get to decompress. And instead, we're adding to the trauma of what we've experienced working here over the past 10 years. So the next thing I want to say is we don't disagree with you that our finances are in a mess. I feel like a lot of this meeting is spent this side versus that side, and it's not a this side versus that side. What we disagree with you on is how you're planning to go about fixing it. Now, I just want to talk about timeline because myself and many of the people sitting out here were out in the thick of everything during COVID, when everything was on fire. Kids are coming back in the building. You got this short amount of time. Oh, we need masks. Oh, we have no hand sanitizer. Oh, we need shields. We need this. We need that. I need band masks. They're different. They're specific. And we're our meetings were constant trying to deal with that. We barely had time to do our regular job the way we normally would because the sheer amount of other things that we had to deal with that were brand new. Okay, and I can't speak exactly for what that would look like at an administrative level, but I know how overwhelmed I was, so I can only imagine. And as we take a look at the timeline, since this has been brought up, Ms. Rudolph resigned in March of 2021, March. Dr. Edmonson went on a medical leave in June of 2021. Therefore, his hands were tied until March, April, May, June. The man effectively had 3 months to make any kind of sweeping changes in finances where this Title IX lawsuit was not an issue. Okay, 3 months. And in that same time, that was right after we all came back to the school. March is when students came back in the building. So I just want to bring that up for the board to consider as you consider this, because we believe in him and we believe that he can make these changes. I know that the goal of a school district is not to fire people. It is to retain people, to teach them, to train them. And I also know enough about politics to know that if he is terminated right now, he absolutely has a great lawsuit against this district. Whereas if we were to give him an individualized development plan and give him 6 months to try and see some of this plan through, we win, you win, and the district isn't paying another superintendent's lawsuit. But that's just what I see from sitting out in the audience. That was what I took notes of. Now I'm going to get to what I actually wrote. Hopefully I have time to finish it. I would like to address the portion of the investigation regarding the CTE purchases and inventory management. I am personally a member of the CTE department, so I've had a lot of involvement in this. Dr. Harlan was hired and retained on August 8th of 2019 under Dr. Hall, prior to Dr. Edmondson's tenure. As a member of this department, I have sat in numerous meetings held as a follow-up to Dr. Harlan's work. And I kind of thought that was going to happen. I will put this in an email and send it out to you guys this evening because I think it's important.
Mr. Green?
We are now at board member comments. If there's any board members who would like to speak, please do. Okay. Motion to adjourn.
Support, Kennard.
Roll call.
German?
Yes.
Lester? Evans, yes. Terrell? She's gone. Kennard?
Yes.
Piles?
Yes. Meeting adjourned at 7:17. Peyton?